George Carlin reminded us that very bad with money. He always needs money. He's just he loves you and has a plan for your life, but just can't manage money.
Well, I want to reject what Steve said. I think I'm very honest, and I did, that's Steve's opinion about me. I would just say that my question dealt with intelligence. I think honesty and transparency are intelligence, so I agree with Steve in that respect, but I do not agree with his disparaging remarks about my honesty. I, don't appreciate that, Steve. And if you don't have anything nice to say about people, just don't say it. Didn't your mother ever teach you that?
No, what my mother and father did teach me is that if you're bold enough to answer the question, you ask the question, you should be ready to hear the answer. And I can produce multiple recordings of you saying one thing and then saying something completely the opposite. So when you tell me not to say anything disparaging, I'm speaking factually correct.
Oh, Steve, like the young people say, you have receipts, you're saying.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Have receipts.
They're facts, not opinions. Everything always a fact, never an opinion. Got it. Okay.
No, I have my opinions, but the difference between me, you, and other people is that when I have an opinion, I say, this is my opinion, or this is my crystal ball. When I say something is a fact, it's a fact. And I have receipts where you say one thing, and then the very next day, the very next week, or the very next month, you comment on the same topic and say something different. I'm speaking factually. I have not given my opinion, John, candidate, or whatever the hell your name is. I have not given my opinion today whether or not I like you, dislike you, respect you, don't respect you. I have given factually correct information, and I have the receipts to back up my facts.
Got it. Okay, well, thank you very little.
All right, John, thank you for sharing. I want to go to Maine and Northern California. David G, welcome to the stage. Would you like a fresh vibe to tell us what's on your mind?
No, I kind of got the room after Reverend Norm was speaking about his new great mayor that's going to lead the city to greatness. Go north. No, I'm kidding. No, I think it's interesting optics having a guy like Mandami lead the city.
What up? Welcome to Uncle Steve's Clown World.
What's up?
Not much. What are you doing?
I was trying to find Uncle Steve's Clown World, but I couldn't find it.
So, you must be blocked.
Thank you very little.
Thank you very little.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this app is a waste of time for losers.
Well,
okay, fine. What's that?
I mean, I would say yes, but, not if you're using it and it's not using you,
That's true. I mean, the one thing that Clubhouse has made me a very patient person. And if it's not my girlfriend and her stupid fucking bullshit, nothing pisses me off anymore. People don't get to me anymore. And that's nice. It's like, oh, really? Is that how you think? Oh, you're retarded. Have you seen the Sydney Sweeney interview?
No.
No?
No.
Have you heard the news about it?
No.
You haven't heard even the news about it.
Mm-mm.
So you're just totally checked out. So that's it? You're done?
What are you talking about, bro? What is Sydney Sweeney, the center of the fucking earth? What the fuck? Fuck?
I posted a video in the chat that you might want to see. It's really the only video you need to see about the whole subject. It's all you need. I don't expect you to watch it, but it's a good video.
Well, Uncle Steve has never read Marcus Aurelius, but Marcus wrote that life is opinion and that the universe is transformation.
Oh, I found it. We could go back to his room. Uncle Steve is an idiot.
Well,
Uncle Steve is like an asshole. He's kind of like a jerk. Like, I used to think Uncle Steve is funny, but like, Uncle Steve's kind of dumb.
well, he's dumb in the sense that he gets angry. And if you can make somebody angry, you can make them your slave.
He's dumb in the sense that he doesn't understand what's wrong with his vocal intonation. Do you agree, John? Uncle Steve doesn't understand how pretentious and pedantic and condescending and arrogant and full of himself he sounds when he talks this way. Wouldn't you agree, John?
I agree. And he told me one time that I am the biggest waste of talent he's ever seen. And I was like, I said to Scott, I was like, was that a projection? Like, he's talking about himself here, dude, because he thinks he's got all this talent and it's not going to, good use. But listen, all communication is projection. And, you just got to be careful what you say about people because it ends up becoming a projection. And, that's life. I mean, you can't win with insults. You just can't. And it's not even about winning. It's about intelligence,
Right. That's true. Well, I'm smoking a joint here. I've got a joint break.
You're wasting it. You're wasting it.
What, by smoking a joint?
Without pairing it with a book.
Oh, I see.
And a camera.
Well, I'm in between driving lessons here.
Oh. Well, I got some really interesting books. I went on eBay and I just bought a bunch of quotations books because reading really good quotations is basically like wisdom ASMR. So
yes.
I'm going to start recording all these quotes and sayings and throwing those into YouTube, maybe one at a time or just, 60 seconds or 3 minutes. But I'm going to start doing a YouTube ASMR. YouTube, quotation videos. It's not like
that sounds good.
Yeah, it's Nick Zed made fun of me the other day. He's like, "Oh, so you fucking commit copyright infringement and you read other people's books? Wow."
How is that copyright infringement?
He's like trying to be so pure and austere, where if like it's not original or you didn't create the intelligence, like you're basically stealing from somebody. And I was like, "Oh, you mean like reading a book?" It's just this, everybody wants to be a hater. That's life. Welcome to life.
Do you drive? You have a car, right? Yes, of course. But
yeah.
When you're going to make a left, you got to yield to the oncoming.
Yeah.
But sometimes people in the oncoming lane will just stop and like wave you in. Be like, you can go.
Yeah.
And if you don't go, even though they waved you in, if you're like, no thanks, I'll just wait my turn, thanks. Have you ever done that?
No,
They lose their minds. They lose their minds and they start yelling inside of their own car. I've seen it happen on many occasions. They will lose their mind and in their own car they're now yelling. And you can see them, but you can't hear them. They're losing their mind. This is because they tried to be nice to you, but you decided not to take that courtesy.
Well, when I go
Imagine if somebody held the door for you and you're like, oh, I'm good, I gotta make a phone call, and they're like, fuck you. It's like,
well, when I go to the gym and I make a left into the parking lot, people creep out to take a left And so like I have to loop around them, and they're looking at me like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "What the fuck? Like you can't creep out, bro. You can't creep out, and I got the right of way here. So like, don't look at me like I'm doing something wrong here. You're the one creeping out into traffic."
Very much. Very much.
They know they're in the wrong, and you just look at them. You don't say anything. You don't make any gestures. You just look at them. You drive by like, "Hello, I am driving correctly."
I am correct. You are wrong.
Yeah. Anytime, can you imagine getting robbed and then you get angry and you insult the robber, so the robber decides to kill you? Otherwise, the robber wasn't actually going to kill you. He was just going to rob you and leave, but you decided to open your mouth.
You mean that's actually stupid? Like, why would you do that?
Meaning that, like, you know how people crash out on Clubhouse and they open their mouth and they start, lobbing insults. What I'm saying is, like, there's probably been countless examples of people getting robbed who weren't going to die in the encounter, but because they opened their mouths, they ended up dying.
Right. That's true.
Yeah,
I mean, I've been robbed and I haven't died because I kept my mouth shut. But I imagine if I was, like, calling the robber the N-word, he might have just lost his patience with me and killed me.
Well, I worked at this like assembly warehouse after I got out of the Army for Avon. I was a shift supervisor, and this woman Molly, she says, "John, I want you to fire that person right over there. His name is Cornelius, or whatever the fuck his name was. Black kid." And so I said, "Okay." So I walk up to him, I say, "Can you come over here? I need to speak with you." And I bring him into an office, and I'm like, "Well, Molly told me to tell you that this is your last day and that I have to fire you." He's like, "What? Why the fuck that bitch want to fire me?" And I was like, "Well, listen, what we're going to do is we're going to go in her office and you're going to apologize and say you're sorry for, not working hard enough." And so we, for an hour, dude, we ran this kid through a script, and he said, "I'm sorry. I'm gonna work 10 times as hard, and I apologize, for not wearing the gloves and looking at my cell phone and all this shit." So we literally, I said, "Don't say anything else. Just ask for forgiveness and say you're sorry, and just say what we told you to say." And so we go in the office. And she's like, "John, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you bringing him in my office? I told you to fire him. He's done. He's got to leave the facility." And I said, "Well, before he leaves, he wants to say something to you." And he goes, "Why the fuck you want to fire me, bitch?"
Oh my God.
I couldn't believe it. That was it. He just he exploded on her.
I thought you were going to go off again and say more.
Dude, I shook my...
"Hey, bitch, I'm going to fucking kill you, bitch. Bitch, I'll kill you today. I'm going to kill you today, bitch."
Couldn't believe it, dude. I was like, as I walked him out, I was like, "Bro, why did you do that, man? We told you not to say anything. We told you exactly what to say. The whole thing was a forgiveness act."
"I'm sorry, John. I just couldn't help myself, sir. I just see the white lady. I see a nice white lady. I just got to say, fuck you, bitch. I'm going to kill you, bitch. I'm sorry, John. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry, sir."
Couldn't believe it, bro. I was just like dumbfounded. I was like, "Dude, now you deserve to get fired because like you're a fucking idiot, and we worked with you for an hour, bro."
You were trying to save him?
We were trying to save him and his job. You were trying to save his fucking job, dude. And the guy
trying to help him out.
Guy fucking just went. He turned his back on us. The people who like I was taking on.
She might have turned to you and been like, "John,
you're fired too.
You're fired too, you dumb fuck.
Exactly.
I fucking told you to fire this guy, you idiot. You got hoodwinked by him. You fell for it. You moron."
Dude, that's life. It's like you stick your neck out for somebody and they just fucking dump on you, and you're like, "Bro, well, why?" You're like, "I didn't really care. I didn't really care to begin with, and fuck you too." And you're like, "Oh, fuck me. Okay, fuck you. Bye." Anyway, Steve Appel, like, this is his, silver radio mic moment. A lot of people have always wanted to be that DJ, that host on the radio from their childhood. And, this is people's nostalgia. In many ways, Clubhouse is nostalgia for people. Like Jay Bresca, I think this whole thing is like, their podcast. This is like because of Joe Rogan and all these podcasts, and it's like people spend so much time listening to podcasts now. They're like, I'm doing that. This is my moment to try to do this. I mean, this is projection, but anyways,
I'm sure that's part of it.
Part of it.
But it's not a podcast. It's a never-ending stream of retardation. It's different from a podcast.
Well, that's why I mix books into all this, because I recognize how brain rot is now created, which is what I call conversational hypnosis. All communication is hypnosis. So if you're just having regular conversations like the way we're having, what we're really doing is having a low grade information exchange. So, you can't really transmit high valuable information in 30 seconds, 60 seconds. It takes longer than that, So that's why this app is like brain rot exchange. And what people are saying isn't intelligent to begin with. So you just have stupid, hypnosis exchange. That's what it is. And and this is other things. People are subconsciously looking to get laid. People do peacock here. So that's the other part. There's like just many, it's normal life, basically, right? It's just people being who they are. And that's it.
It's funny that the opposite of peacock is actually cockpea.
Well,
there's something there. I don't know what it is, but there's wisdom of the ages contained therein.
Well, somebody in the YouTube chat just wrote bald.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Somebody else sort of, can I have a mod? Shiny,
you know what they
shiny
write
bald
about
head.
Me? You know what they write about me? Mole. I don't know if you can picture my face, but I have a mole on my face, and they always say, nice mole. And from the Austin Powers, there's always mole. And then I'll post a video and be like, cool mole, dude. It's like, fuck you. What do you mean? Bald. This nigga bald.
So Cora wrote that Norm is a paid shill. I wrote, your opinion is whack. And they have really been going on it for quite a minute now here. Damn. Yeah, Norm appears to be a paid shill. Corey, your opinion is whack. No, it's not. Blackwater tried to hire me to do the same sort of work around fracking in Pennsylvania. It's a real job. I'm just telling the truth, Cora. My pronunciation is quite right. Your lucrative truth, Norm, not the objective truth. Norm appears to be a paid shill. You're kidding, right? Nope. And no, I don't get paid for showing you that the Emperor has no clothes. You have no clothes, Norm. Cora, your monotone seems to reflect that you are yourself an unenthusiastic shill. Norm, I'm autistic. My speech is flat naturally. She's so stupid. So full of shit. But you can retreat to your ableism if you're feeling threatened. Aren't you actually paid to repeat your monotone pop psychology virtue signaling mishmash week after week? I don't believe in your ableism. It's a weak religion.
So actually, Cora is a show. That's what you're saying? Cora turns out is the show?
Damn, you're right. I didn't catch that projection.
That's like if Uncle Steve attacked you and he was like, John, you don't even make any money for your stupid time on Clubhouse.
See, he's upset.
And it's like, Steve, you don't make any money for your time on Clubhouse, do you? Does Steve make money?
So I told Steve, because he basically had like a man cave show kind of in the beginning, and I was like, Steve, we should try to sell your catalog to a hedge fund or a VC looking to get into podcasting. And I was showing him all these Spotify articles about how they're, expanding into podcasting. And so, I told him maybe we could sell your show. And obviously that never materialized because it's nobody's going to buy shit. And so he says like I'm a liar and that I fed him a bunch of lies. It's just he's just good, you know.
You fed me a bunch of lies about how I was talented and people liked me. And once you got to know me and figured out that I was boring and pedantic and condescending and stupid and boring and stupid, then you stopped filling me up with hot air, John. How dare you, John? Why did you do that?
Cora, it's ironic that you accuse Norm of doing what you are doing. So who's talking now? Ta Uma. Do you know who Ta Uma is?
No.
Oh, she's this really annoying Chinese woman. Listen to her voice.
All right, and appreciate that. We're going to give you a first-class escort to the VIP. If I have one last wish for everybody that's within the sound of my voice, it's that as you travel these clubhouse streets, when you speak and when you listen to other people, do your best to distinguish fact from opinion. You heard me speak earlier to the candidate, how I was saying, he specifically asked, when it comes to atheists, what do you value most in your communications? I specifically said I only speak for myself, but I value that I am sincere, consistent, and speak the truth. What is the truth? Well, when I give my opinion, it is not only my opinion, but is a consistent opinion, and I identify it as such. When I identify it as a fact, that means it should not be disputed. Otherwise, it's not a fact. That being said, let's say hello to Leroy. Leroy, good morning. Welcome back to the show. You have a fresh five. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you. I am truly grateful that I moved to New York City in 1977. And
they're going on about Mom Downey. So what? You're driving to the driver's driving course?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm about to try my first ever sin.
What is that? The chewing tobacco from what's his face?
No, it is a tobacco pouch. It is a pouch of tobacco that you don't chew, and apparently there's no spitting involved. And I did recently find one of these weed pouches that I was at a weed store, and they have like a weed pouch. You hold the pouch in your mouth, and it gives you weed. And I thought, this is pretty good. This would be a great way to quit smoking. And I need to quit smoking. So I'm going to try it.
Well, I'm a big believer that all communication is hypnosis. So until you do communication work with regards to stop smoking, you're going to go nowhere, because it's basically a program and an education you have to ingrain into your consciousness. And I do have these hypnosis records. And so prior to the hypnosis, you state your goal. After the hypnosis, you state your goal. And there's other things tied to it. But basically, you have to, you just have to be done with smoking, like it's not the priority. Your priority is the health and other things you're doing, not the smoking. So this gay guy that I know, I was like, well, why don't you try hypnosis? He smokes cigarettes. And he's like, that doesn't work. I was like, well, if you're sitting there listening to a hypnosis record for an hour, guess what you're not doing while you're listening to it? So it does work even in the short term. That hour of listening to it, you're not smoking. So, until you actually show me that you're doing communication work with regards to not smoking, as opposed to coming on here and smoking, like then I won't. Then I'll know you're actually going somewhere. Otherwise, all you're doing is smoking weed and telling me about how you want to quit smoking, while you're smoking. Like that's what happens. So basically, basically the dialectic. You have to control the dialectic in order to control your behavior.
I think you're right.
It's not necessarily that I'm right. It's a theory, but in theory and practice are two different things. The big part of the alchemical process is the doing. It's the action that precedes or follows the words. So try it. Prove it to me.
These things suck.
Prove it to me. Show me on this app. Open up a room called reading a book to prevent myself from smoking. Then I will know you're putting your mouth where your intention is.
Right.
Don't quote McZed. That's what McZed says all the time. Right.
Right. That's the McZed. That's the McZed. Right.
Got it.
Coming down to the end, 13 minutes left. Don't invite anybody else up. Let's go to the candidate. And by the way, the candidate is a perfect example of how I am consistent and run the show. I've said it a gazillion times. I don't care if I like you. I don't care if I don't like you. I don't care if you agree with me or you disagree with me. As long as you're respectful, which the candidate is, he is more than welcome to come in the room and get his fresh ride, which he already got. And now he gets his closing thought and burning desire. Candidate, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I think all of us on this app, consistently repattern ourselves into this app and all these relationships and communications exchanges we have. And I just want to read, for 60 seconds, some quotations from a book.
Yes, and by the way, I've been consistent about this. Anybody is entitled to read for 60 seconds, and then if it takes more than that, you can read for 60 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, if you're given a choice between money and sex, appeal, take the money. As you get older, the money will become your sex appeal. Nothing is more difficult and therefore more precious than to be able to decide. It is easier to find men who will volunteer to die than to find those who are willing to endure pain with patience. Errors of haste are seldom committed singly. The first time a man always does too much, and precisely on that account he commits a second error, and then he does too little. It isn't enough to talk about peace. One must believe in it, and it isn't enough to believe in it. One must work at it. Humility is no substitute for a good personality. What I don't like about office Christmas parties is looking for a job the next day. That's Phyllis Diller. America is an enormous frosted cupcake in the middle of millions of starving people. Gloria Steinem. A long habit of not thinking a thing wrong gives it a superficial appearance of being right. Thomas Paine. He that fights and runs away may turn and fight another day, but he that is in battle slain will never raise to fight again. That's Tacitus. So, we have 30 to 60 seconds to exchange information with each other. And I, just like reading books, because if I am in charge of my communication management, I just want high value intelligence, and therefore it becomes a book club. And that's my criticism of atheists, is that they're refusing to participate in a high value information exchange using books in a book club. I would just encourage you all. I have a house here on Clown House called Book Club. I read books every single morning of the week for about an hour, usually sacred spiritual texts, which deal with the self, which is really personal development and self-development and self-analysis or self-actualization. I like to consider myself as a self-actualization comedian or a self-actualization politician. And all I'm trying to say is that stillness, silence, peace, joy can be held and had by all, but you have to choose to create that sacred space for yourself of contentment through content. And this app is so full of neurotic thinking, compulsive thinking, never-ending thinking, that until you slow down and get into a quiet space, it is dialectic ASMR or neurolinguistic programming. That's my point. No one can prove there's a God. No one can touch, taste, feel, or smell unless you think everything is an extension of the God. The all, this phone, this conversation, the coffee in my mouth. There's a Yiddish expression, alles ist Gott. All is God. And so if as an atheist, you deny that sentiment that all is God, I don't know what ground you have to stand on. And you call yourself a moral superior, you have moral superiority and just social justice virtue signaling on a whole range of topics, but yet you deny the existence of everything because you say there is no God. So all I'm trying to say is meditation and books or poetry is a great way to experience your great journey. Thank you. I'm complete.
I'm going to follow that up. Normally, I would drop you as anybody else to the audience, but I'm going to follow that up with a couple of questions. Have you ever heard me once say today or at any time since you've known me, which has been a couple of years on Clubhouse, that I am morally superior to anybody? Have you ever heard me say that once?
I wasn't addressing you specifically. I was talking generally.
You addressed atheists. I'm an atheist. Have you? I assume that's a no, because I can tell you all, I have never once said I am morally superior to anybody. Now,
Uncle Steve, I'm pretty sure you're morally superior to me.
Well, other people have said that. I have not said
I
that.
know you, so I'm comfortable saying that.
Okay. Number two, since I've known you, I have blocked about 18 of your different accounts because I only want to deal with one candidate. When you say you want to have, well, I'm paraphrasing now, open, honest, intelligent discussions, I don't know how putting together at least 18 different profiles does that. And last but not least, I've heard you say since I've known you over 100 times that all, quote, all communication is hypnosis, close quote. Let me repeat that. Since I've known you, I've heard you say over 100 times, and I have the receipts, all communication is hypnosis, close quote. So here's my last question for you to answer intelligently, hopefully. If indeed all communication is hypnosis, are you using hypnosis to try and get people to vote for you?
Well, if I believe that all communication is hypnosis, and I believe that I'm exchanging high value information or intelligence with voters, well, then hopefully they'll vote with me because they respect and appreciate my truthful intelligence that I'm trying to share with them. But Steve, I've had 100 Clubhouse accounts because I record everything I do here and put it on multiple platforms, much to the dismay of many other users who end up getting recorded and resent the fact that I record myself or use my cell phones in the way that I choose to use my cell phones. It may be a little eccentric, but nonetheless, this is an art project that I have chosen to pursue. And all I can say is, Steve, you have created great content for me, so I appreciate that, and I appreciate you, and you run a professional room. But it's your show, and I respect that. And the thing is, what I said about the book club and about enlightenment or meditation, I'm just a broken record repeating myself on this app, as well as everyone else. We're just repeating a pattern, and that's all I really have to say, and I hope everybody has a great day.
First class escort to the VIP, quote, I'm just a broken record repeating myself, close quote. Those are the facts. I will let all of you decide for yourself. Let's go. You know what? Andrew is here. I don't think Andrew has spoken yet. Andrew, please unmute. Have you spoken yet?
No, I have not.
You know what? We're going to go OT. Andrew, I'm going to give you a fresh five, my friend and neighbor to the north. Good morning, Andrew. It's a pleasure to see you back on the show, everybody. We're going to go OT. Andrew, what would you like to talk about?
Well, I had a few things, but many of them have gone away. I just want to comment a little bit about some of the things that I've heard this morning. in regards to your shutdown, I really sympathize with the American people that are suffering. And I think maybe you might want to consider changing your form of government from the Republican format, which you have now, that your founding fathers passed on to you, to more of the Westminster-style parliamentary system that we have here in Canada and the United Kingdom. For one reason, and this is the reason, this kind of thing that you are experiencing in the United States does not happen here. It cannot happen here. Because and I'll give you an example, it's recent too. Justin Trudeau was our Prime Minister not more than 9 months ago. He hadn't passed a budget since spring of 2024, so we're talking 18 months. But the government continues on.
I don't need permissions.
Generally, we expect a budget in the spring. That didn't happen. We had an election. So then we expected maybe the Carney government would put out a budget. They didn't. They just did
I
the
got
other day.
permissions to use
So
my
we're
cell
talking 18
phones.
months. But things don't shut down. People aren't, losing programs, losing benefits. We're just waiting until a budget is passed. So that budget was tabled in the House of Commons. Now, the Liberal government, as we have now in Canada, is a minority government, which means they don't have enough seats by themselves to pass any legislation whatsoever. It has to go to the House of Commons and it's voted on. If they do not get that legislation passed, that's considered a non-confidence vote, and we would go to an election because the House has no confidence in the ruling or the party that has the most seats.
And I'm going to interrupt you very quickly. In your country, you vote for parties. You do not vote for individuals. Please continue.
Well, that's not quite true.
Oh, I thought it was. I apologize. I must be wrong. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you vote for parties too.
No, that's not true. In our general election, it doesn't matter what party we vote for. We vote for an individual.
Yeah, so do I.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I have a constituency here, and there's 3, 4, 5, 6 candidates running. I vote for one of those candidates. If they're a conservative and I'm not a conservative, I'm not going to vote for the conservative candidate unless he's got some really, really strong local policies that are going to affect me here personally. But I mean, and then those are political, calculations that people make every day during an election, who they're going to vote for. So no, we vote for an individual, and that party then, if he's a conservative, he takes that to the House of Commons and sits as a conservative with the rest of them. But so we don't shut down. Our government continues on. There's continuity, and then we just wait to see when the next election is going to be. So, as I said, we just had a budget that was tabled, and it slightly passed because I don't think anybody wants to go to an election right now. We just had one. So there's a political calculation that people are making. In terms of Mount Danny, I think this is really, it's going to be a disrupting force. But I think it's probably a force for good because the affordability crisis, we have it here too. We have it in most places, I think, around the world. You look, at least in the Western world, there's an affordability crisis. And things are out of reach. They're not just like, you got to work hard to get them. They're out of reach for most people, especially the young. They're walking into a situation that their parents didn't and their grandparents didn't walk into. They had a chance. I think the chances are very, very slim now for most young people. And so what alternative do you have? This is a repudiation of unbridled capitalism with a 1% totally filthy rich and the rest of us struggling to scrape by. And as long as that continues, you're going to eventually, and I told this to my sister many, many, many years ago, I said, there's a revolution coming. I don't know when, I don't know how it'll be, but I think we're seeing some of that now. There's a revolution against this oligarchy, whatever you want to call it, where people have just such enormous safe wealth, and the rest of us are just struggling. And my final word is, I had a great experience last night, tremendously nervous. The football team was in the Western Final. to go to the Grey Cup. They were down by 7 points with 63 seconds left, and with 14 seconds left, they scored a touchdown, taking them into the lead, and they are now going to the Grey Cup. So I'm very happy about that. I had to have a beer right after that. It was late, but that was okay. So thank you very much, Uncle Steve. Everybody have a great day, and we'll see you on the Clubhouse streets. Oh, and the other thing, on Clubhouse, just meeting your friends, they're really bizarre and way out there. Keep your distance.
Thank you very much.
Can I just say one thing to him?
Yeah.
I think his criticisms of our former government are really helpful. I think that without even going full Westminster parliamentary in nature, if we just cover the filibusters, okay, you wouldn't be able to hold things hostage. Like this is a simple procedure that we could get rid of, and that would go a long way to make the government better. And you know what? I would take, as a Democrat, a loss on this healthcare study thing. Long term, I think that would be something inside graveyards could be filled.
And before we move on, I'm on ChatGPT, and again, ChatGPT is not always 100% correct, but let me take 60 seconds to read to you what's on ChatGPT, so take it for what it's worth. Quote, in Canada, you do not vote directly for the Prime Minister. Here's how it works. Voters cast a ballot for a local candidate in their federal electoral district, and then it says, in parentheses, writing, that candidate may represent a political party or may run as an independent. A party that wins the most seats in the House of Commons in Canada, often a majority of seats, then forms the government. The leader of that winning party is invited by the Governor General of Canada, the Crown's representative, to become a Prime Minister. So in short, you vote for an individual candidate in your riding, but the decision about who becomes Prime Minister is indirectly based on which party gets the most seats, who leads that party. Again, I would never disagree with Andrew. Andrew comes on, he's a friend of the show, a neighbor to the north. He clearly knows a hell of a lot more about Canada and the politics than I do. I'm just repeating what ChatGPT says, so take it for what it's worth. Let's go to David. David, would you like to say goodbye?
Well, I just wanted to. While I was listening and hanging out, I was going through my New York Times Sunday edition today, and there was an advertisement taken out on page 16 by the general manager of strategic think tank in Amman, Jordan, a gentleman by the name of Azam Salim Jamor, and he's calling out the White House for hosting the president of Syria tomorrow, where billions of dollars in rebuilding contracts are going to be probably entered into. He frames this gentleman, this new president that Trump, basically is embraced, as being on par with Bin Laden.
Hopefully when he's in the White House, he doesn't pass out on the White House floor like that other person from the medical industry did a couple of days ago. But please continue.
Well, no, I'm pointing out this advertisement because we're attacking Mondami pretty severely, and yet, he's American. He was schooled here. He's now been elected to arguably one of the most important cities in the world, and we're creating common cause and giving, he was on the terrorist list as of July this year. So anyway, I think if we can give this guy some grace and say, hey, we can help rebuild your nation, and you're not going to throw your guns on us or the state of Israel and our friends, I don't think Mondami rises to the level of what this guy was and what he represented as an enemy of us, and the terrorist role that he exacted running the show over there. So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. I don't know how it adds to the room or not adds to the room, but
president.
And then also recall the business dealings that Trump entered into with Hunter.
I'm gonna give you 30 seconds because
Right here. But yeah. So anyway, I'm just saying that we, just because one might have a certain religious persuasion does not necessarily mean that you're gonna, net out the stereotypes that oftentimes are assigned. Let's just see what happens. So I'll end there.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are rushed for time. Norm, I can give you 60 seconds tops if you want to say goodbye.
Very well. As with the previous speaker, anybody who doesn't know how much a subway ride costs is not a New Yorker. It's $2.90. And if you're handicapped or need money, you can go for half. That's $1.45. That's a pretty good deal. The idea of free anything, and the major components of this guy, Mamdani's campaign, were free stuff, namely free buses and free childcare, I think up to the age of 9. And I got a breaking news bulletin for you. The rents are not going to come down. The best he can do is slow the increase in rent or freeze the increase in rent of rent-stabilized apartments. Regular people don't get rent-stabilized apartments. They're precious commodity. That's 25% of the housing stock. New York has already started to become dirty, dangerous, and broken as it has been in the past. I've lived through it. I know how to survive under those circumstances. What happens is poor people die. That's what happens. Poor people, black and brown people, die and are burglarized because the law isn't enforced. Go look at some of the old movies like The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3.
Pelham 1, 2, 3, yes.
Or Fort Apache, the Bronx. People had 15 locks. I'm not exaggerating. 15 series of locks on their door, plus bars and stuff against the door because people would just burst into their apartments and kill them, as happened to a friend of mine. Most people in New York had been victims of crime around the time when the other Democratic socialist who was trying to run the city.
You and I also like to.
Hey, what's up, Dad?
Time to stop the night.
What was that? Sorry.
Snowstorm?
Yeah, I saw some flakes floating out. I got 2 more ACs I gotta pop out.
Oh, really? I'm looking out my living room window into the patio, and I'm seeing palm trees and water.
Oh, joy.
I'm enjoying it. It's rough out here. Anyway. So everything else okay?
Yeah, all's well. Samantha just texted me. She said Mom's plane took off. And, yeah.
Okay, so you're a free man again now.
Yeah, I'm free. I guess she slipped in, got her stuff, and, I told her to just leave the key downstairs. And, I'm
She
sure.
taking Uber to the airport?
No, Marty took her.
Oh, Marty took her.
Yeah. She has a tendency to Irish goodbye me.
What is that?
You don't say goodbye, you just leave.
She just left without saying goodbye.
I mean, pretty much, but I mean, as I was taking her to Marty's house, we got into an argument, or she was, yelling at me. I was yelling at her, and I was just like, nothing. She just won't shut up. She just has, compulsive thinking every single second. It's just one more word after the next, and I'm just like, I need to take a break from you. Like, it's neurolinguistic overload in my brain. Can't deal with all the noise, And I was like, you got no idea how you sound. That little body makes quite a screech. So I think I'm sure she took it personally, but like, that's the truth. I need some peace and quiet, and she doesn't bring any peace and quiet.
You're just like your father. Did she say that?
Yeah. I should have raised you better. I should have never left you. There was so much more I needed to teach you.
Oh, jeez. And did you ask her what that was?
I don't know. Apparently, you can fight over every, we're trying to get the pizza. I'm like, yeah, I want some garlic. I'd like, onion and giardiniera. And she, I'm not paying for all that. And then when the bill comes out, she said, "You're paying for that, right?" I said, "Yeah, I'm paying for it. Here we go." It's just like she's she's good. I mean, yikes! Like it's just too much. She's wow.
I remember once I think it's really before you were born. I don't know if I told you the story or not, but we were, I think coming back from we went to this place in Wisconsin. I like to go for dinner. And I left a tip, and I noticed she was kind of angry in the car. And I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "You left too much money for a tip." I said, "Really?" I said, How much over did I leave for a tip?" And she said, "At least $1." I said, $1? I said, "You're upset over $1. School, here's what I think of $1." And it reached to my pocket while I'm driving out the window. I said, "Here's $1," and I threw it out the window. And I said, "Here's another $1." And I threw it. Oh my gosh, that caused a problem. She went berserk. It's over $1. You're upset over $1.
I really wish she was like, a yogi, or just she needs to relax. And I gave her a book called Calm, and it's all these passages about how to be calm. I think she threw the book back at me.
Does she have anybody in her life? Does she have a boyfriend? Anything? Like
She's got neighbors.
She has neighbors, but she's kind of like a loner.
Well, it's I don't understand it. I mean, if you read enough books on wisdom and philosophy and God, you find some peace, and you make peace with everything. She's just in constant conflict with everything and anything. And
is she still friendly with her sisters?
no, she doesn't talk to she only talks to maybe one or two of them. But Nancy is a no-go zone. And, a lot of this is just, it's because of all the emotions that are generated. And, unfortunately, she likes to put the blame on everybody except herself. And maybe that's projection, but, I mean, there's a point where you just need peace. And that peace can only come from not communicating or having silence. Because, you can't bring up all the old stories and all the past dramas. Like, you got to be in the present moment, and if that means just being quiet, that would be great.
Yeah, she's tough. She's a tough person to be around. As I remember, it's been so. It's funny when you've been divorced a long time, John. It's like that person never really existed. You wonder if it's like a dream. I can't even imagine myself, in those years. So time goes by.
Well, I'm her son, and I get the feeling she wants to use me as a companion. And yeah, meaning that like
I thought she was more into Samantha than anybody really.
Well, Samantha has, her relationship. I have my relationship, but the thing is, it's like I can't force anybody to be anything. All I can do is try to control my environment, and if that means, shutting the door and saying, I'll call you, don't call me. But here's a key. Like, I need some alone time. I mean, the thing is, she can't sit still. And next thing I know, she's done this and she's done that. And now she's left me with more work that I wouldn't have done, unless she showed up and decided to pop those tiles out of the wall. Oh, thanks. Things like that, where she just pulls out a butter knife, and starts carving away. And you're like, what the F are you doing? I didn't ask you to do this. Can you sit still on your hands? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, she has to be doing something. Yeah.
She needs to, read a book like everybody else and stretch your body and have a bite to eat. I mean, it's not complicated to not cause conflict. Just be a pleasant guest.
She's the kind of person. I don't think she knows how to have fun.
Well, fun might cost $5. She said, your steaks here are cheaper than in Albuquerque. They're only $13 here. And I think she boiled it. It was the most disgusting steak I ever had in my life.
Well, you have to admit we were complete opposites, weren't we?
You really were. I can't believe you. You know that she keeps going on and on. Your father was a scam artist, and he only married me to fulfill more of his scams. I was a pawn. I was his patsy. And I'm like, you know, she really, really. I mean, you know,
she was such a patsy, but she ended up taking the fruit from the tree.
She says your father was a thief, and I was the better thief. I was like, so you admit? I was like, because, you know, oh, you should have heard all the shit. I'm just like, I can't believe, I told her, I was like, I can't believe in 2025, I'm 42, and you're bringing all this up, you know, as if, like, you haven't let it go. And, boy, did she just have a real, you know, sour grape in her. And her face is always snarled. And I'm just like, why when we are together, why can't we just have, you know, peace and happiness? And, you know, I mean, my life isn't perfect, but why can't we just have a nice time together? Why is it so emotionally, you know, like a migraine? It's crazy.
Did she purposely bring up all this stuff when you were out of the blue?
Yeah, we drove, you know, from Springfield back to Chicago, and she can't stop using her hands, you know, and she keeps flinging her hands in front of my face while I'm driving. And I said, stop putting your hands in front of my face while I'm driving. Just sit on your hands if you have to. You don't have to have a conversation with your hands. You know, and she couldn't stop. And eventually I had to give up because she has to talk with her hands. And I was just like, you know, it was 4 hours of her yapping, and it was intense. I mean, woof.
She doesn't sound too happy, I guess. But you know, it's something everybody has to. You know, if she's unhappy, it's really up to her.
She's not unhappy. Nobody's unhappy in their own little bubble. The challenge is, how do you go into other people's bubbles, remain happy, and also support that person and not cause them anxiety? You know, that's the challenge. And she can't do that because honestly, she's rather immature, somewhat petty and childish. She devolves into a little baby Jane, and she's angry at everybody, and she thinks, you know, oof, yikes.
She sounds like she weren't not turning into baby. She turned into Chucky.
Chucky?
Yeah, the doll. The doll.
You know, there's this waitress at Paterno's, the Italian place, and she's kind of a bitch. And it took me like months to, you know, years to get her to be pleasant, you know, with me. But it's still very superficial because she is just a big butch bitch. And but man, you should have seen what Mom said to her, and she literally was gonna explode, and she just sat down at the bar and stopped working. Because whenever you place an order, you have to have a tab. If you get a beer, you got to give her a card or you got to give her cash. And Mom said, I'll pay you after I'm done. And she says, I'm sorry, man, but you can see on the sign here, it says you have to have a tab. She says, I'm not starting a tab with you. I was like, and she looks at me, the bartender looks at me, and I was just like, I shook my head and I said, you know, and she kept whacking me in the arm and saying, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. And I was just like, looking at the TV, watching sports, and I was just like, now I know why men watch sports, because their wives are just yapping and they're so obnoxious. And I was, you know, anyways, I never lost my cool, but the thing is, I hope she doesn't, you know, think I'm being, because she said I was being mean to her and not patient. And I'm like, you know, just trying to breathe over here. Can I get a breath?
She's kind of a Karen, I guess, really.
100%. She got everybody fired at the gym. She wrote this long letter. She said, when I walk into that gym, I feel like I fucking own the place.
Jeez. She's tough. You know, bringing up old stories, but now you know the story about the time I went to a party and I dragged her out of the party by her hair.
Yeah.
I mean, She had to be the center of attention. It was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
I was in another room, and so he said, "You better get your wife out there before you kick her ass." I said, "Jeez."
Holy shit.
She was like that, but she wasn't like that all the time. I first met her, she wasn't like that all the time. I don't know what happened. It's just, I guess, she had a tough family life, really, if you think about it. Her mother's as cold as ice.
Yeah. That's really what it is. It's her conditioning, and she's just, she is the updated Vivian.
Yeah, that's what reminds me of it. It is. Yeah, it's tough. Well, you got through it in good fashion anyway, I guess so.
Well, I think I've learned my lesson, meaning that avoidance at all costs is the wiser side of virtue, because there's no winning with her. And it's funny because the way that her and I interact is the way that her and her mother interact, meaning that, just avoid, because she really dislikes Vivian, really dislikes Vivian. I mean, there's a lot of anger, a lot of dislike there.
Yeah, well, I guess she hasn't stopped her hatred for me, but I don't really, I wish her best of everything. I really don't have any thoughts about
That's what I told her. I was like, Dan has let it go and moved on, obviously, with his life, and could give two shits about the past. Not that he's not, sorry, or, it's just he's moved on. She's like, yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's been a long time. John, the other day I was saying, I can't believe that I've been retired since I was 63 from the police department. I can't believe it's been so many years since I just retired from the police department. It's 10 and 63. Got it way over. It's 15 years into the math. I can't believe it's been so long. Next thing you know, I'm gonna be at a nursing home. See this big black woman calling her mama.
Can I have an extra fruit punch? Everybody gets one. Shut your mouth, Jordan.
I remember that. It was so shocking to me, because last time I saw Barton, when he was healthy, he was fine. Everything looked good. And then when I went to saw him when he was sick,
yeah,
and he came out with a walker, it was shocking to me. I couldn't believe that that he got so old so fast.
Yeah.
Because he was so healthy and pregnant. Last time I saw how many years it was between the time, but
I know.
It was shocking.
I know. I got a photo of him driving that red convertible with his suitcase prior to going to a meeting, and I filmed a commercial with him. You can go. It's on YouTube. Health Guard Insurance, and he's healthy as could be. Just that one medical emergency. Just that's it. I mean,
Yeah, well, best to take life, take the good parts and enjoy it, because there's no happy ending, that's for sure.
I know.
I just went to a funeral yesterday of a person that we met here. We've known him now for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife died of cancer, and the guy's heartbroken. She was 73 years old. But it's unfortunate, but life throws curves. But don't forget, take time to enjoy it all. And you're probably not wrong to be at peace as much as you can. What can you do?
Yeah, I mean, you can only get it yourself. I read in the book, it's like your mother and your father can only do so much for you. Like, once you have wisdom and knowledge, you have to rely on yourself. I can't, rely on my mother for anything other than, I guess the Bible commandment, honor thy mother and thy father. And if I fall short, I mean, I hope it's better than otherwise.
Yeah, I've always felt that. I never really thought about my parents as influencing me, to be honest with you. I never really, I know my dad was mechanically inclined, maybe I got some of that, but other than that, I never remember my parents having any effect on my, when I look back at my life, I screwed up myself. I made some really bad decisions, terrible decisions. But that's life.
hopefully they don't come back to haunt you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at this house. It's haunting me, because of the resurrection of death. I mean, I thought this was out of my life. Nope.
Yeah. It's eventually, we step on our. They used to say, don't step on your own dick, but eventually, so many people do.
Look out for number one. Don't step in number two.
Number two. Yeah. Great. All right. Well, at least you're at peace now, anyway.
Yeah, but it usually takes me 72 hours after an interaction with her to finally, purge the spring inside of me.
I have no hatred for your mom. I just, in a way, I kind of feel sorry for her. I do. I feel sorry for you.
That's the thing, is I feel bad that we can't have, peace and enjoyment with each other. It's just a fight from start to finish. It's like never, it doesn't stop, and you're just like, I don't know, it's crazy. A lot of passive aggressive behavior as well, which is kind of crazy because there's bad communication and surprises. Surprise! And you're like, oh, okay, well, didn't ask you to do that, didn't know you were going to do that, didn't want you to do that, but okay.
Well, you're a good man for putting up with it anyway. You did the job, actually. A lot of people would just tell her to fuck off.
Well, I've had enough Airbnb guests to know that out of sight, out of mind. But for her, that's like disrespectful and mean, and she's doing all this work for me, and I'm like, well, I didn't want you to do the work. I didn't ask you to do the work, and But anyway, she did do good work.
She started remodeling your house without you asking.
She did do good work. She did grout the shower and caulk it and stripped out all my shitty caulk. She really did a top-notch job, but boy, was she pissed when she did it. Holy shit. I mean, as I was eating my birthday dinner, the thought did pass my mind that she could have poisoned the food. I'm not kidding you. That thought really did actually go through my mind, and I'm like thinking to myself, stop thinking, just stop thinking.
Yeah, that occurred to me many times too. That's why I was thinking of hiring a food taster.
All right. Well, have a great day. Good chat
Okay,
with
be
you.
careful. Don't slip and fall in snowy weather again. So.
Oh, no, I'm used to it. I got my ice bucket ready to go. I mean, my salt bucket.
Okay. All right. Well, be careful.
Okay, love you. Talk to you soon.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Anything else?
That's the truth. That's not opinions. Those are facts, right? Everything is an opinion. Oh boy, what a world, what a life.
I don't even know how to say. Literally, you pussy. What I'm trying to tell you is, yo.
Y'all can take that a step further. Forget hating the H guy, right? We should be hating the motherfucker that.
Oh man. Okay, this is the John Kitover Candidate Congressman podcast.
people that treat like SIRS, systemic inflammation, which is, the driver of chronic disease. Like the mast cells, they have over 1,000 molecules in there that in your body do all of these different things, and we can only measure a few of them to measure function. And so the mast cell activation dysfunction or syndrome is a big deal. And just even in our own basophils and mast cells, which are types of white cells, we have this amazing pharmacology in there. And to just redact it and put it out to just one chemical when there's a whole system that provides balance in a biologic system. In like mold-related illness, molds didn't evolve to live inside wet walls of buildings, and so now we have sick building illness, or which is fairly common increasing illness because we have walls where the fungi are not challenged and they get privileged place to live. So keeping things in an ecology is important, and that's the advantage of a plant, that it provides all of these other things, not just one chemical, that do all these wonderful things, and it stabilizes biologic systems. So I think that would just be another narrative meta-analysis of what is actually going on with chemical versus plant or fungi or tree or whatever, animal or
James, now you can't hear me. Can you hear me at all? Is this better? If I like at my face right now. You find her? Maybe so. What I did wrong there. Hey Daniel, I just want to say that was an incredibly electrifyingly lucid discussion on the entourage effect and why we want the whole plant, generally speaking. I think we should go back and write that one down and put other words around it to show people it's important.
And I have an addition for you, particularly Jordan, that I've been wanting to tell you, that in terms of your book and your process, randomized clinical trials were designed to make patents.
Well, that and in reaction to the thalidomide disaster. So those, I'm sure, went hand in hand.
Yep.
I would just think that if I was going to be microdosing Ibogaine, which is something I'd be open to exploring at some point in the future, I would want it to be from an extract of the whole substance and not a very tiny amount of Ibogaine.
I'm drenched in the flood, which is yet to come. I'm tied up in the prison, which has yet to exist.
How about you, Wendy? Anything else? Well, everyone's on mute and you're seconds. You're in and out, dude.
The competition's interesting. After I finish up my synthetic mescaline protocol development, I'm actually working on an iboga microdose protocol. So this is good for me to learn about.
Do you have an answer to my question, Wendy, about if you took what would be the equivalent of a microdose functionally as we define in terms of classic psychedelics, is there a chance that could go on for 2 days because of the way iboga or ibogaine is, or would it only really have some people who are taking full doses?
I perceive that and outward is longer. So like the second day effect is longer. It would probably be more on the third day. So from the preliminary research that I've been doing with publishing stories from people on their own experiences, which have been a starting point for some stuff. Most of them do it like every few days, every 3 days, and because they don't feel the need to do it every day. And
You don't need to kick the potter's wheel as often. The process are already all going. That was really interesting also about the non-competitive binder. I want to read up more on that.
Yeah.
From my microdosing with Amanita, I always find it seems to stick longer than most of the other ones that I work with. And I feel like it's that same concept when you're in that particular space. It can be sticky.
Is it because they're both glutamate related?
Yeah. It's the glutamate and choline. So you need both glutamate and acetylcholine for memories and to capture information. So glutamate and choline are responsible are indicative of your attention. I know that sounds a little arbitrary the way I said that right there. But like when your attention is on something and it's increased intention, you increase glutamine and acetylcholine. If there's more emotional content, it will increase the acetylcholine, and together those bind in order to have to think differently. So like you can pay attention to the things that are in your life and have a new thought.
Kentucky run.
You drive down the street and there's not like a whole bunch of glutamate and acetylcholine for a street you've traveled down 15 times, but if something out of the ordinary happens, there will be an increase in glutamate and acetylcholine for you to capture that information and then think differently about it. So back with this, that there is, especially with the opioid receptors, because opioid increases. I forget. Wait, I don't remember. I don't want to say this off the top of my head, but there's 2 receptors that are on iboga that increase both glutamate and acetylcholine. I just don't remember which ones, but I know opioid plays a part in that as well. So anytime you tickle the opioid receptors, you're increasing. Do you remember, Daniel, if it's glutamate or acetylcholine? Or does anyone know?
Oh, Wendy, talk neurochemistry to me. I love it.
Sounds like a magical moment for AI. Right, that's a good AI problem. I know you get. This is a fascinating conversation. I think bringing that to the table would be great. And I think we're going to be talking about iboga and ibogaine quite a bit as the discussion. There's a lot to be said here. And I think in general, what we're talking about here, this system, the acetylcholine, GABA receptors, glutamate, uptake, all these things. It's one of the missing pieces of the puzzle in the greater conversation, and so I'm very happy that he. releasing Sunday, 8:30 a.m. Pacific time. And I hope you got.
Thank you, James.
Damn, bro, can't put on a show.
When that album came out.
But my opposed, Tupac is not culturally or stylistically an East Coast rapper at all. He's not rapping for two East Coasters. He's rapping for the
Next time you get around that, Marty, don't say Tupac, say MC New York. She puts MC New York.
Okay.
Maybe
I'm
MC
gonna
New York
say
song.
MC before he died. If y'all
That we're the only people alive who have the ability to change things. We have capacity, but we also remember the old world. You know, like Gen Zs don't remember the old world. Gen X and Boomers have low capacity, and we're the only people with both. So if we don't get to it, it's over.
It really scares me what people who were like 7 to 12 who grew up under COVID, what level of authoritarianism they will think is perfectly permissible if we don't change the culture radically back to what we used to be. Is what they would be capable of when they're 50 and 60 in terms of what they think is normal.
Is that
I'm
projection?
genuinely terrified.
Graffiti have no patience.
Oh, okay.
The person who's out there, who is the next Hitler, is learning from this a lot. You know, like too much. And it's going to influence what happens. But nothing you can do to stop that. It is what it is at this point.
Just like, could you imagine? Because like, you basically become the person you are from 11 to 13, like in terms of what you think is acceptable or beyond the pale. And dude, like throwing people in jail for going to church and forcing people to not be around their loved ones when they die, and all that,
Absolute insanity. Yeah.
it's gonna be perfectly normal to them, and then they're gonna be progressive to that. They're gonna be like, no, like you shouldn't even, like whatever the delta we think that is, they're gonna propose when they're 50.
COVID, by the way, COVID, if it was organic, you know, if it was zoonotic transmission, if it was a naturally occurring phenomenon, if it didn't have political motives attached to it, it had a very obvious solution, which was keep calm and carry on. That was the solution, which was essentially like, hey, once the data started to roll in, it's like, okay, old people, fat people, immune-compromised people, you're all at risk. So please take extra precautions. And then younger people, young, healthy people, continue to live your life. And, you know, we're all going to spread it to each other. And we're going to get herd immunity. And we're going to create a safer population for the immune-compromised, the old, and the elder, and the fat.
Well, the reason why it fundamentally changed the fabric of America and why we need to whipsaw it back is the fundamental presupposition in America is that we're an individualist country, which is to say that your rights as an individual are atomic. And then we aggregate out your atomic rights into what we call America. But under COVID, they were saying, no, you have a collective obligation. You have collective guilt. You have collective rights that supersede your individual rights. And you have no right to medical consent because, you want to kill your grandma even though you're healthy? Well, you have to, like, it became an obligation. Like, it's beyond unethical to say, I'm going to do harm to your body on the off chance that you might help another person.
America, yeah. I think the problem here, Mohan, is that what you're saying is true about America, but in practice, it's dead. America's become an ethnic tribal conflict zone.
I don't think it's dead, Huddle. I just think we need to kick out 25 million people and have no one enter for like 20 years.
I agree with you, but like, seems to be Trump is not doing a good job doing that. The other administration, whoever gets in, wants to reverse it immediately. Like, we just don't know how
he could spend 8 years kicking people out, and then the left can undo it in 2 years by opening up the border.
Oh, no.
Exactly correct.
We're ready to breathe until Nick Fuentes gets in.
It's well, the problem is.
And then Nick Fuentes is going to make fucking what do you call it, interracial marriage illegal, and we can go back to being full retard again.
It's not full retard, but the problem is we have a bunch of people in America here who don't believe in the ethos of America, and not all of them are new immigrants. I mean, some of the new immigrants believe in it more than some of the people who've been here for generations at this point. And I don't know how you unring that bell culturally, because we just had a good culture. It was only 30 years ago we had a good culture. Where did it go? It just disappeared overnight. Like I still feel. I know things fall apart. I know this is life, but I still feel shell shocked by it. And
I also
not capable of. I'm not capable of re-engineering it. That's the thing that's I think most disconcerting is like
I don't think people have changed that much. I just think your perception of the country has changed. So it used to be that your vibe check for America would be going to your kid's school, like PTA meetings, and going to church and going to the local bar. And I bet you right now, if you went to your kid's PTA meeting, your church, and your bar, that it's still 80% America 30 years ago. But now what you think of as America is a YouTube video or like Twitter or like fucking, like it's just you've expanded the scope of opinions to give your perception of what you think America is. I think we're really fucking close to going back to the way we used to be. It's just the bellwethers that we use to evaluate the country have gotten so much wider in scope that we think we've changed faster than we actually have.
There are Somalian tribal warfare conflicts influencing politics in Minneapolis.
Oh yeah, no, they all have to go. They all have to go. They're going to 20 million.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is like, no, I hear this sometimes where it's like, go outside, it's still the 90s, and it's like, but it's not, man. I live amongst heritage Americans mainly, who are doing well economically. And so for me, life is like pretty good on the day-to-day or whatever. But I don't care. I'm a middle-aged man. I could die tomorrow. I don't give a fuck about myself, to be honest with you. I care about my children and their future, and nothing in the country is trending in the correct direction. And so that's not like me being like, I don't know, Twitter fucked or something. All of the data is going horribly awry in real time in front of us. And the world we're going to leave in the future is going to be a fundamentally worse America.
I'm going to push back on one metric, which is I think the only way in which America seems to be turning around, which is on energy production. Like all this AI bullshit. Like we genuinely will be leaving our children a grid that's made multiple times stronger than the one.
And I feel good about us because we led that fight. We paved the way for Bitcoin.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So I feel good about all the work we had to endure to fucking pave the way for the AI guys. I mean, can tech save America? It's like, I would like to think so. That's sort of my.
I don't think American dynamism saves America. I just think that it keeps allowing us to pull a rabbit out of the hat to unfuck catastrophe, and then we just live long enough to eventually unfuck the real problem. But the technology rabbit out of the hole just keeps the game going long enough to live, to live long enough to then fix the problem.
Yeah.
Well, because the thing I was saying before to you a while back was that I actually think that the debt is going to continue to grow exponentially, and that AI is going to make us all exponentially more economically productive, but they're both going to cancel out, and we're just still going to have the exact same standard of living because the $500 trillion debt will be sustained by everyone having 19 robots. And you'll still work, you'll have a zero quality of life increase.
I think that we need to. I don't know, man. I would like to believe you that my vibe check is that everybody is an individuated American still who believes in the meritocratic ideals. But I don't.
Hey, Lissa, thanks for posting that. I saw you made a post about the campaign.
Sort of group preference.
Keep making more and tag LaHood and tag Man X.
And that's happening to white people.
Doing great work, Alyssa.
We also have a cascade failure of we pay people to not work, and then they have all of the time that they need to influence politics because they don't have a job.
That's true. That's a problem.
That's just like a cascade failure.
People screech about the Irish, infecting this country or whatever, and it's like, bro, with what time? The Irish were either drunk or at the factory the whole time, their whole lives. Like there was nothing else that they were doing, you know. I mean, sure, Tammany Hall was corrupt, and the Irish played a big part in that, and blah blah blah. Like that's all true, but like the Irish were just at work. They were just working in the factory. It was Upton Sinclair's for jungle.
I do think that if you're a net tax receiver rather than payer, you should not have the right to vote. It's just any way to fix this outside of that.
I think that's completely fair too, because that would actually get rid of a lot of billionaire characters. Like Donald Trump couldn't vote if that was the case, because he is not a net taxpayer because he has that huge write-off from the 80s. So every year he takes a loss.
I haven't looked at George Soros's taxes in a while. But for like the past 20 years, he would get tax exemptions and then roll them over. And he would every administration, he would get like a 10-year tax exemption, and then by the next time Democrats are in power, they would roll it over. And dude, if you gave me 50 years of taxes, I also would be a billionaire by the time I was 80.
Doesn't even mean much George Soros hates humanity. What is he gonna make that guy is?
The dude literally said when he was 70, the happiest year of his life was the year that he was a Nazi collaborator seizing Jewish lands for the Nazis. Not his first child, not his second child, not his grandchildren, not when he became a billionaire, not when the war was a Nazi collaborator. It was the year he was a Nazi collaborator seizing Jewish land.
And he's Jewish, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he was Christian. And he was 14 at the time, and he got a job as a bookkeeper for the Nazis as they were seizing land. And he said it was exhilarating, it was exciting, it was the happiest year of my life.
That's crazy. It's a crazy thing to say. As you guys are talking about like the in-group biases and that preference, I was scrolling and I saw how much of a shit show Canada's in by like all the Indians they took. Because the Indians they took are like, they have their own separatist movement. They want like another place in like India, Pakistan region called Khalistan. And they're all waving their own flags, and there's like, third world beefs there. But India does not want any of these fuckers back. So Canada has to now deal with all these fucking psycho-separatists thinking they're going to somehow get back to Asia and get a country.
You know what's going to happen, Vic, right? Is they're just going to walk the northern border and move to fucking Maine and Michigan.
Yeah,
they're going to fuck up America.
Well, and then at the same time, by the way, you have the young white guys have all decided that they're an identity group, and they were like, that was supposed to be like baked in that the young white guys were going to believe in individual sovereignty, and they don't anymore because of the Fuenteses of the world. And so like it's very hard for me to see a world in which we get back individualist meritocratic ideals, especially because like just follow the money here. Half of the fucking country is on the fucking government dole. So this is no longer a place where it's like manifest destiny.
Remember when Mitt Romney, it was so funny because there's so many reasons to hate Mitt Romney, but nothing he said that he got canceled for was incorrect. Where he was like 47% of Americans receive more in government payouts than they ever pay in taxes. You're never going to win their vote if you're trying to talk about increasing productivity.
No, exactly. This is the point, is that
that was 20 years ago. Like, can you imagine what that percentage must be now?
Everybody is now an ethnic bloc, okay, including white people, and you basically like vote for whoever supports your ethnic bloc, and if you don't get whatever you want, you chimp out. And that's how politics works. And again, this is like a sign of the collapse of the empire, is that this is how empires always die, or nations die, is that people discover, democracies die, I should say, people discover that they can vote themselves largesse from the public treasury, and then the nation collapses under loose fiscal policy because there's simply not enough money to give every group whatever they want, whatever their demands are.
Sorry, hold on, just got here. You're talking about France, right? Talking about
well, this is happening happening in every country in the Western world.
I know.
So there is no fallback country for Western
We're
people.
2 steps ahead. We're generally 2 steps behind America, but we're like 3 steps ahead.
There's no fallback country for non-Westerners because, you know, the places they come from are unstable. And then there's no fallback country for Westerners because the places that they come from are the same thing.
You know what's crazy to think about? When we lose free speech in America, do you know what that does to the internet? Because there's legally the only refuge for the concept of speech online being free is the shroud of the American legal system. And the moment that doesn't exist in America, there's literally going to be no such thing as free speech on the internet.
Once there's no free speech on the internet, by the way, it'll be pointless to even go on the internet. You know, why would you even want to go? It'll just be robots talking to each other, which it already is.
I'm just thinking about the scenario where you have to retreat from America, and if America loses free speech, like, how do you even engage in the internet with no free speech?
You know, America is the place where freedom makes its last stand. America is the Alamo of the world. But we need some help, you know, because we're not as strong as we were 75 years ago. Post-war, we don't have the culture to uphold freedom anymore.
Have you been following the 4chan lawsuit that the British government has had?
What's going on with that?
Oh, so the British government, Ofcom, which is their censorship regulator, they passed a law last year that said that any company that has people speak on it needs to be regulated by Ofcom. And then they went after Gab and they went after 4chan. And they told them that they have to shut down people on their site or they'll penalize them and then they'll throw them in jail. And they'll penalize them 10% of their gross profit or gross revenue. And so they did this like a month or 2 ago. But 4chan has no offices in the UK. Everything's based in America. And so now they're trying to force British law on an American company in America based on them not censoring people in America. And traditionally, the way it works is if you don't like a company, you IP block it to your country.
Mm-hmm.
But the UK is going one further, and they're saying, we're not going to IP block you. We're just going to prosecute you for not adhering to British law, even though you literally have no premise in the UK.
Well, I mean, if you're an American, what effect should that have on you? None, technically.
So one of my good friends is the lawyer who every single company that Ofcom has sued in America, he is taking them on pro bono and has been representing them. And dude, if you want, I'll send you some of his letters. They're the funniest, most base thing you've ever read.
It's like shit. Have you ever read the letter from the Pirate Bay to I think it was like EA or something, one of the media conglomerates, and they were like, hey, fuckfaces, we're in Sweden. We don't care about your copyright laws. Like, it was like the greatest letter ever.
Yeah. But it's happening in real time now. The UK is trying to assert, but if you actually look into how Ofcom started doing that, it actually was Hillary Clinton who asked them to do it. Because back when the Russiagate stuff happened, she realized that you couldn't get free speech. The easiest way to destroy free speech in America was to try to get the UK to pass this law and then try to apply it to American companies.
Man, we got a lot of problems going on. A lot. But Bitcoin's up.
Hey, Trump's here. He's thrown no one in jail, and everything's going to be better now. Remember that whole massive pedophile ring that compromised thousands of people who run the government, and nothing happened? I'm really glad that Trump's here to keep making nothing happen.
By the way, Alvaro in the chat wants to know if you're racist. Are you racist, Mom?
Racism is defined as a form of hatred to a group of people. Could you describe a race that I would consider people?
That was a lot. That said a lot. Yeah.
I don't respond to the chat.
If they want to talk to me, they can talk.
I'm in this position.
I don't see anyone calling you
No, he was like, y'all racist. It's such a broad question. Hey, are y'all racist? No, the answer is no. I find myself in this middle ground of like trying to hold the center of meritocratic individuals' ideals for a fucking nation and just getting completely blown the fuck out every day. Just getting destroyed every day, but just being a fucking retarded libertarian and just continuing to show up and be like, this is all I can do. This is who I am. I can't do anything different. You know?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that I always hate a lot about some libertarians that become the like, hey, I'll call it the like the low hygiene libertarians. And when I say hygiene, I mean like psychological hygiene, right? Is they're just hyper permissive and they think everything is open and available. And it's
right.
Like,
yeah, that's dumb.
Like everything can be private land, and I can tell you to get off my land. Like like you can have private communities, and the private community can say you're not allowed in this neighborhood. You're allowed in this neighborhood. You're not allowed in this neighborhood. You're allowed in this neighborhood, and they can do it on the basis that they want to do it in. And
it's kind of like this wokeified version of Christianity, which assumes that like in order to be Christian, you have to just be like
help every homeless person.
Well, not only that, but you have to like sit there and just let people kill you, essentially. And, you know, it's like that's the most Christian ideal. It's like, nah, I'm good on that one.
But yeah, I just you can acknowledge that we have 22 million trespassers, and the only way you can fix the country, like how can you imagine you come home and your kid's at a house party, and there are still random fucking 17-year-olds who are shit-faced in your house. And you're like, let me discipline my kids, but you're disciplining your kids and you haven't even finished kicking out the fucking random drunk 17-year-olds aren't even from your neighborhood out of your house.
Totally. Well, the idea that America is just this, I mean, you know, I think America is going through this big identity crisis itself, which is like, are we a nation? Or are we an economic zone? Because if we're an economic zone, it completely changes everything. Because a lot of us still think of us as being a nation, you know?
I also think that we're a set of principles and ideas, and if A, you have to be useful to us, and B, if we know that you don't adhere those values or ideals, you should have no access to this country. I think John Seth completely convinced me. It didn't take much convincing because I was like 80% of the way there. But I think the only way you fix America is by repealing the Civil Rights Act. And then Hubble drops off. He knows it's too much of a hot potato. Hey, John Seth, are you there? Oh, then John Seth drops off. Oh, God. Just leave me with this hot potato. Sorry, did you say something, Jason?
I just laughed, but I was going to say that I know in the UK we're looking at it the same way, like the their equivalent of the Civil Rights Act is like they're looking at like that's the cornerstone of everything else.
The right to free association is an inherent right that has been trampled, and it was based on this idea that the government had to compel people to not engage in it because we needed to integrate. We're fully integrated. Like it was a huge encroachment on our rights and for rights of association. I think its time has come. I think it needs to leave, and I think a lot of the things that need to get fixed once you can reaffirm that right again of free association.
Yes, Lauren, I agree with you quite a bit, and I think that this is something that gets missed sometimes in Bitcoin when people talk about Bitcoin solely through the freedom of speech and private property, which is that economics is built upon association, and when you have economic distortions, the effect of that is to impede people's basically ability to get together, whether that's forming businesses in whatever way, And so people don't think about it that way. And that's pretty much what happens. So when people talk about, crony capitalism or whatever, really, if people had the freedom of association in business to just go and form their own business, then the whole aspect of labor wouldn't be an issue. Yeah.
Well, I just also think, like, you just think of the second and third order effects of the Civil Rights Act, and I just remember the way, like, to this day, or when I was like living, impacted me, was I was a part of a number of fraternities, which, because the fraternities were social and professional, which is to say, it was a social frat, but we all made sure to get each other jobs when we graduated, that the Civil Rights Act in the 70s forced them to become integrated. And so it was a frat that had chicks in it because, like, and it completely destroyed the name of the group, which was, hey, this is a way to teach young men how to be gentlemen and get us our first job out of college. And I think that a lot of the, like, disparities in female versus male outcomes occurred not because, like, hey, I mean, there's obviously, like, affirmative action for women, but it's that there were so many structures that were effectively social affirmative action for men, which was just like, hey, let me help you out. That became criminal. And then nothing replaced them. And now there's just a shit ton of men who don't know how to become adults or get their first job because there just used to be all of these, like, social clubs or gentlemen's clubs. Not gentlemen's clubs like strip clubs, but, like, like cigar clubs where you would go and be like, hey, how do I be a man,
Back to your point about, like, the Civil Rights Acts or equivalents have been, like, they were effective. And I think you're right. Like, like mission accomplished. I think that, like, that would be a great way for a politician to put a flag in the ground and say, mission accomplished. That's why we need to get rid of it because we're integrated. We learned all the things we need to learn.
I don't think there is. So there's only two ways that it'll get fixed. One is the Supreme Court route of the Supreme Court without politics just being like, we're going to sunset this. The other is going to be, you're going to need a probably racial reactionary Nick Fuentes retard to do the Donald Trump playbook, where remember, like, people think about Donald Trump now, and we kind of forget how much of a retard he was 8 or 9 years ago, when he was like, I'm going to build a wall, Mexico's going to pay for it, I'm going to ban all Muslims from entering this country. And he did none of that, right? And I think we're going to need, like, a Nick Fuentes style, like, I'm going to make interracial marriage illegal kind of guy. So I get this kind of thing passed. And I don't want to live in the world where that kind of person becomes president.
Yeah, but you're describing, like, somebody on this new policy that would be, like, the opposite of the Civil Rights Act, which I don't think is this. I didn't think you started that.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, hey, we did it. Let's stop. And I think that the pendulum is going to swing back to segregation, and it's going to be a segregationist movement that removes the Civil Rights Act in order to segregate.
I see. I get you.
Is he seeing all this snow, man? Where the hell did it just come out of, bro?
Yeah, it's wild. Quite a lot.
Yeah, dude, like a ton.
Yeah. No, I'm not liking it. Yeah, I walked my dogs around like my mall today.
How has your transition been coming from like a little town to freaking downtown Toronto chaos?
That's fine, man. I feel like people don't realize how much of their life they just spend inside. You know? Like, I don't know. It's not like, and I spend a lot more time outside than most, but like, I don't know. Nothing really. I don't really find it much different.
Yeah, majority of the time we're just plugged into the matrix, right? I make this conscious effort wherever I am to see, okay, well, how many people are in this moment, or how many are just like on their phones? And we love that matrix, bro. We love that matrix.
Real life is the matrix.
Right? Plot twist.
in the garden just started laughing.
They're beautiful, Becca. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise.
Becca, I fell down a Mythbusters rabbit hole and started reading old Mythbusters episodes. And I got to the one where Tori Belleci puts fake boob, like inserts into her bra to make her breasts look like twice as big. And they tested the air quotes myth as to whether or not you get more tits with bigger tits. And she got
Tits with bigger tits?
better tits with bigger tits. And even exactly. She got 30% more money. But the interesting thing was that men tipped her 20% more and women tipped her like 35% more.
Interesting.
And so it was actually more of a female phenomenon than a male one. And I think there's two things to do here. One is because she worked at a coffee shop. She worked at like a restaurant, not a restaurant, like a checkout, like a deli, like coffee place. And she was there for a couple of days without the boob implants, and then she was there a couple of days with the inserts. And I think one of two things either happened. Either there really is just a bias for giving women with bigger tits money, or I think people subconsciously realized her boobs got bigger, and there's a genetic belief that when a woman's boobs get bigger, it's because she's pregnant, and then it elicits a response to give a pregnant woman more resources.
How large was this study?
How large were the breasts?
Asking the proper questions. I'll get the Mythbusters episode. I wouldn't call it a study. Mythbusters usually just does things for like a day or two.
Yeah, before we get to Becca's question, I need my answer.
But she did the math, and if she just wore the boob inserts to go to work, she would make an extra like $6,000 a year. And this was like in 2010 money. So like, if there's any woman working in a tip-based industry, and I mean tip-based like, dude, like fucking now you go to a fast food place and they have the little tip button for the cashier.
Bro, like city grocery stores have that now.
Dude, I honestly like boob inserts. I think every single woman should be wearing boob inserts for any job where they ask for tips. Because, dude, is there any single other thing you can do that'll increase your take-home pay by like $6,000 a year? I mean, $6,000 a year. Obviously, if you make over $100K, that's nothing. But I mean, like, you're making $50,000 a year, and you can increase your take-home pay by $6,000.
It all makes sense. I don't know how, like, I imagine the tips for sure, but like, they probably just get hit on all day, right? Like, if I was, okay,
Here, I posted it. It's only 3 minutes long. I posted it in the chat. It's from like 2009 or whatever. Hey, JC, could you Masters thing and play it in the room? It's only 3 minutes long.
it doesn't do the same when you can't see your boobs, man.
Apologies.
Casey, don't you got like some fucking screen or something you could ship to all our houses to like sync it while we walk?
What if you just shared the URL and we just watched it that way, so he doesn't have to ship us a screen?
I posted the link in the chat. to answer your question, she was wearing a triple D.
Yeah, that's wild. If I had a wife or girlfriend, which I did at one time, not girlfriend, with huge natural breasts, I'm just perving hard.
I'm gonna use my non-autistic inferential abilities. Is that to say that you currently do not have a girlfriend?
No, I do have a girlfriend, but I don't have a girlfriend with like larger than double D breasts.
Oh, got it, yeah. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. I'm glad I checked.
Yeah, thanks. You're good. But yeah, like it did have, whatever, girlfriend back in college or friends with benefits, and dude, you're just permanently aroused. It's amazing, but it's also very distracting.
Yeah. Look, I'm not saying like live your life or get a boob job, but I'm saying if you have a job and you take tips, just fucking go on Amazon and buy some of those like silicone cup breast thingies.
I've never understood
triple D.
I've never understood Thai lady boy economy is better.
Triple D is pretty excessive.
Greg, you say excessive. I say you make an extra 10 or 20% more a year.
But triple D from what?
It doesn't matter from what. What matters is the outcome. So whatever you got, it needs to be triple D, and you will make 30% more tips, which could translate to a 10 or 50, whatever percentage of your income is tips, 30% more of that. For some jobs, tips are the majority of your income. It could be, 15 to 20% increase in your yearly take-home pay because you wore shitty $100 silicone pasties on your boobs.
Super stacked. It's not going to offset the cost of surgery because she's got back problems in 5 years.
Oh, so you can have back problems from other things.
No. Great. She's wearing these for what, 6 or 8 hours a day for a shift? This isn't a boob job. This is just fucking like, dude, children wear backpacks. Like, I think she can handle fucking a pound of fake tits on the front of her for 8 hours to make an extra $10,000 a year.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know it's a pound. If she's an A cup, that's like 6 pounds.
And I am speaking outside of my field here. You may be significantly more versed in exactly how much poundage is associated with big tits. I am speaking from a place of ignorance.
Greg, we're not interested unless they like fucking dangle and like hang and shit, like I'm talking about like cow under titties that just
just look at the video.
Distract you and you're consumed.
So Greg, look at the video.
You're $6,000 in one tip.
Look at the video posted in the chat. Go to 1 minute and 30 seconds. I would not call her chest excessive. I would just be like, yeah, that's a chick with tits. But maybe I'm like warped as to what big tits are. Because that just seems, I don't think she'd have back shoulder pain from that for fucking 6 hours or 8 hours of wearing it.
That's triple D.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
1 second. I think it depends. Size boobs.
It depends on the frame too, right? If they're just like bigger in general. It's not.
Okay, go to 3 minutes. I think if you go to 3 minutes, you can see her boobs more because they do look significantly bigger at 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think Mohan's right. And at the end of the video, they're pretty massive, dude.
Oh yeah, 3 minutes. I think when she's jumping and shit. See, that's what I'm talking about, Mohan. You kind of straight for a gay guy. I like it.
No, listen, I am here to help everyone with critical life advice. I tell black people to give themselves a white name when they apply to jobs, and I tell women to wear fake tits if they rely on tips. This is just a life advice that every single person needs to have in order to succeed in America.
It's science.
Hey, straight eye for the queer guy.
Science.
Straight eye for the queer guy, Mohan. That's your new pod. You're just gonna be wingmanning all the homies.
Yeah, I would argue if she got big ass titties like that, she wouldn't even be working in that coffee shop. Maximum 12 months. She'd probably be married at home, fucking stay at home wife or something. Like, there's a reason you never see those guys. There's men that are very attracted and they wanna,
By those guys, do you mean like her boobs or like actual?
So my question is, how many times would you go to this coffee shop to be like, listen, I thought with those have no idea how you're still working here with those. Like,
what every single guy was thinking there is, how do I get this girl to date me? Like, that's why they were giving tips, right? They were really trying to signal, like, oh my god.
No. Here's the thing, dude. No. She had the increase in her tip amount was higher with women than men. So the delta.
I think it's just eye candy.
Oh wow. Okay, that's pretty.
It's eye candy, and I think with the women, it's just like, some other. She has like big ass boobs. She's nurtured.
So the other thing the other thing they didn't say is they just talked about the percentage increase in tips based on gender, but they didn't say what the total raw number was. So it could be that men tipped her way more often, and the percentage that they gave her went up, or it could be like I actually they don't really break down to like a finance level what they meant by the percentage went up for more with women than men, because it could just be that women tip less often, but when they did, they tipped more.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot in that equation, but it definitely doesn't hurt. And Vic, you're right. Like, if you date someone with very big breasts, especially if they're like at home chilling with no bra, like, you just be fucking all the time, bro, because it's so distracting. Like, oh my god, you're just distracted all the time.
I mean, it's karma hard. It's happened to me, and it's happened. It was in college, so luckily the consequences were just failing classes, and it wasn't like losing a job or something,
So I remember, I don't know if it was in this room, but someone like looked into the psychology of this, and they were saying that big breasts signal a lot of milk, signal healthy child. So at its like primal level, what the man sees is someone that's going to nurture their child. Like, I wasn't here and someone explained this.
Yeah, I've seen that too. And then I was telling Fish yesterday, like when we were joking about like we like big boobs, I was telling him that I think it like the boob versus ass man thing is like you never grew out of that phase and you're still a kid trying to get milk. And there's like some maybe psychological issues behind that too. I was fucking with him, but I don't know how true that is.
But it is common for someone to be like, oh man, that baby's never going to be hungry. Like if someone has big breasts, right? You just kind of like affiliate the two, right? A well-fed baby with some big...
Yeah, it's like, hey, do you want your baby drinking like a pint of milk a day or a gallon a day? That's a good question, actually. Like, do bigger breasts produce more milk? I think so, right? Is that even correlated, or is there a... Come on, we need your fucking autism for this thing.
Okay, so I haven't looked into this, but I don't understand why the amount of fat around the areola would increase the amount of production that the woman could make.
I don't think so.
The boobs are just like the fat, right? It's not the actual mammary gland that's making the milk, right? Like,
It's the store, it's not the production.
My question is this: do mammary gland size correlate to breast size? Because that's the question you're asking.
Yeah.
I do not know the answer to that. But I'm saying that is the question if you wanted to like ChatGPT it.
What if you got like hoodwinked work where it's like the big breasts produce less? Like it's just skin and fat instead.
Give the dude equivalent. Does dick size equate to semen volume? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. But then I guess the equivalent then would be like not your penis size, but your testicle size. And I don't know about that. Does that produce more semen if your testicles are bigger?
Well, seminal fluid. So sperm is produced by the testicles. Seminal fluid is just produced by your prostate.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need you to look this up, Mohan. I've got my hands full right now. I'm gonna do it for you. Full of saggy titties.
The CH Tender isn't joking. He doesn't lie, and we've converted him.
You guys will never know the joy of just casually molesting someone as you browse the internet, because women I don't think are as permissive as dudes. Because like, if I just want to spend my day enjoying something while I like read an article, totally possible to do that. Can you guys just be like, hey, I have to study for this thing. Can I read a chapter of my textbook while I, play with your titties? Is that like a thing you can do?
Yeah. To be honest,
Yeah. In college, I got ahead while studying.
There you go.
But yeah, Mohan, we're saggy titty pilling everyone in here. CH Tender was not a fan either, but then he realized he was a fan, and it was just that word that he didn't like. But now he's come around.
When you say saggy titties, you talking like Nancy Pelosi, or what are we talking?
See, this is why
everybody keeps using Nancy Pelosi as the example.
Dude, she has huge tits.
So, like, not that saggy, but we're talking like naturally sagging big boobs, like Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney does not look like she has big tits.
What? You're getting fucking straight and more straight by the fucking minute, and I like.
You know what my problem could be? My problem is I think you all forget that I'm Latin, and so my concept of tits comes from like very thick Latin women. And so maybe I just think what is considered normal breasts. Like I just think you all have like shriveled dicks for boobs, effectively.
Gotcha. Bork, you a fan of the saggy titties?
Like, Sweeney's got great breasts. Like, you call that like saggy? I call that like sexy swaggy, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, no, exactly. Well, exactly. Because we're talking about like, so me and Fish were saying like, we like saggy titties because we're trying to differentiate versus like that firm double D that's like fucking, like bolted on a TV mount. Like that thing is properly in place, not going anywhere. Like that shit.
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan.
Like the side boob has muscles and shit,
Yeah. She has like perfect breasts.
Yeah.
That Sweeney girl.
Yep.
And man, she got a lot of footage out there, bro. You hit that Reddit, write her name, nudes, goddamn, she got a portfolio. What the hell did she used to do before?
Nudes? Really? I know she wears like see-through shit, but I don't know about nudes.
There's a lot of, at least topless. Like, she has a lot of scenes.
Oh, yeah, like movie scenes and shit, right? Like, it's like softcore or whatever. It's not like concert porn, but it's like HBO movies.
Yeah, because it was like real porn, and she's just a dirty whore. You're not into that, but because like it's HBO, it's got a nice cinematic effect. It's almost like, ooh, look at that.
I want to thank you, Vic, for ruining my internet searches for the next week because I had to Google Sydney Sweeney topless, and now I feel like I'm gonna get a bunch of naked women ads.
Why is that ruining? Just PTR it for me, CH Tender, John, and Bork. That's it. And Sam. Yo, Sam, you a saggy titty man?
Do you want to see her in a bustier? Because I think that doesn't count.
No saggies.
No saggies? What the fuck? Well, first of all, I don't think you've been here for a while, but I don't think, do you know what we mean by saggy?
I got some context, yeah.
And you're still against that? You like that firm, like that muscular fake titty?
Not the fake, but the.
Dude, leave Sam alone. He's like 19. He's never even seen fully developed breasts.
Yeah, he has.
Wait, Sam, have you ever been with a girl over 25?
No.
Yeah, so he's not seen a fully developed woman yet.
Damn, bro. Do we need to show Sam some saggy titties? Sam, we need to get your ass to Vegas?
6'7".
FTP for my Mongolia. Cornholio, Sam. What you know about that?
You see the new fashion trend among monkeys, and they're shoving grass up their butts?
You cannot
not refer to African Americans as monkeys. That is fucked up.
I thought you have to smoke the weed. I didn't know that because they're putting weed into their butts now to get high.
Jesus Christ, dude! I can't believe you did that on Clubhouse.
Moving weed? That's a new one.
Sam, I thought you would be immune because you're a Southern California kid too, but you didn't get the immunity. You didn't get the big old biddies booster.
Biddies booster.
The Tiggle Biddies booster.
To go biddies.
You didn't go up around just the, well, yeah, you did, but I don't know how often it was in your face, but just all the fake Hollywood, like, appearances and cosmetics and, you know, that West Side LA look where they're all in fucking yoga pants and you can fucking see their clit through the fucking yoga pants, you know, some Lululemons and, yeah. Did not experience debauchery in LA.
No.
It's a shame, because now, like, I grew up and it's just, like, fucking woke, like, trans LA. But LA was, like, fucking Playboy LA. Still kind of is, because of the porn industry in San Fernando Valley. But, it's not as quite the same.
We just met our in-laws for the first time, and my parents are pissed. They're conservative. They're Spanish people.
When you say your in-laws, like you married a girl?
My sister's in-laws.
That's important context.
Thank you.
What does conservative Spanish mean? Like, they told your parents think they, like, worship Franco or something? Like, what's going on here?
They're Trump supporters of Spanish descent.
Oh, that's awesome.
What? No. You can't tell me that the guy who got Hispanic vote by like 50% has Hispanics that support him. No. It's almost like the people who are most directly affected are the people that white people can't tell the difference between.
Is your sister conservative, Sam?
Positive.
Well, that's good at least. She'll be very happy.
Yep.
Got a girl. How old is she, Sam?
28.
Nice.
You know, you should always do the retard test on a woman before you evaluate her further. Just be like, hey, by the way, you should smile more. And based on her feedback, you'll know if she's crazy or not. If you told your sister to smile more, what would be her reaction?
She would not like that.
Dude, what is it with women and being like, hey, maybe don't look like a miserable bitch and then you'll find a man? It seems like very reasonable.
Well, as a gay man, you wouldn't understand, but you're basically telling them, dance, monkey, dance.
It's like, if you don't look miserable, maybe someone would want to ask you out.
Yeah, the dancing monkeys are the most entertaining monkeys.
Correct.
My sister's in-laws were so based, though. It was hilarious.
What's the most base thing they said?
They're like, aren't you so grateful for the ice?
They were hating all the immigrants getting all these like free healthcare benefits in Spain. They were like, we pay these fucking taxes. They're getting all these benefits. They're getting free healthcare.
Yo.
Oh, for a second, I thought your sister was a race mixer. You mean standard Spanish?
See.
So they're white. They're like dirty white, but they're still white.
Correct. Yeah.
They're off-white. They're lazy white. You know, siesta white.
They're eggshell.
Siesta white.
Yeah.
Exactamente.
Do they all have stupid lists when they talk English?
Hey,
They
Sam.
don't speak a lick of English.
Sam, let's go have some sangria.
Wait, so how do you know they're racist in Spanish? Do you speak the Mexican?
No, he has his Ray-Ban VR glasses. classes in cleaning up restrooms.
Chorizo, Sam is drinking sangria in España. Hey. Hey, what's up, El Chorizo? You know, in my Filipino friends that know Tagalog, they told me that means rice cake in Filipino. So you're good, dog. I'm a rice cake. Yeah, I mean, it's a rice cake. My Filipino friends and Mexican friends would always crack up because, like, we'd all be kicking it at the Filipino friend's house, and then, like, the Filipino friend would ask his mom, he's like, hey, where are the putos? And then all the Mexicans would be fucking looking at him like, what the fuck? Like, what do you...
That's true.
Yeah, I made the rice cake. It's fucking
Dude,
fire.
my favorite is, like, convincing white people that Unagi means something other than what it actually means, and then getting them to use it in a sentence around minorities.
You gotta convince them it's like a tropical fruit or something.
Yeah, like in high school, I used to do this all the time.
I think that was common because of Russell Peters, right?
Yeah. And then I was like, that's funny. I could do that. That's really easy.
How annoying is that lisp, Sam? Like, you just want to beat up a bunch of Spanish people?
Oh, it's not a list. They talk like their tongue gets stuck between their fucking teeth. Christian has a list. That's a list.
Yeah.
Spaniards have this like they got stuck D on the fucking teeth on a lot of the words they say.
Yeah, why is that? I heard it's because, like, some king got a lisp and they imitated him or something. I don't know if it's true.
He's in Saggins, that's why.
El Chorizo is just jealous of the only thing that gave his people culture other than mass genocide and demon worship. It's like, all you people have is worshiping the dead and mass genocide, and then everything that Spain gave you.
Yeah, they gave us like some tank shit, a whole bunch of shit. Not gonna lie, that is true.
They gave you Jesus, you fucking heathen.
That's true. We found the Virgin Mary.
Hey, so what happened? Like, the Moors, like, ungayified Spain or something? Like, is that what you guys are telling? Like, they said it's haram and they took over?
Pretty much.
Yeah, but they still had to, like, demonify Mary. So now there's all this, like, Day of the Dead, the, like, mixture between, like, the Deus, like, the goddess of death and Mary.
That's the, like, final, like, step of, like, whatever assimilation of, like, a culture or, like, rituals into a religion.
When the Celtics gave us Christmas, where they integrated it into Christmas.
I didn't know that was that. But, yeah, like, pretty much.
It was pagan tree worship. So, whenever the fall came, the pagans would honor the spirits of the trees by giving presents to the trees that didn't die during the winter in order to convince the other spirits to return back to the trees. And that was like a huge pagan thing. And that's what Christmas is. That's why Christmas always involves an evergreen tree. And like the funny thing
also, there's a lot of saints, right? Like, I know even Mexicans, like Lady Guadalupe and stuff that, like, I guess other Catholics or Christians don't really care about, right, Teresa?
Dude, when I asked, there's a fucking saint that became a saint because he found stuff. How the fuck did he become a saint by finding?
Yeah, what did he find?
What is? I don't fucking know. Did he find Jesus?
Hey, if you find, like, fire or, like, the Ark of the Covenant, or, well, like, I see it, but, like what did you find, you know? Did you find Atlantis? Like, what are we talking about? What did you find?
There's a saint. There's a 16-year-old kid who got sanctified. He made a website.
There's a saint for travel. I mean, did the fucking guy ever make wrong directions or something?
I remember Huddle was saying there's, like, a bunch of saints, like, even for, like, when people are sick that they pray to or something, like.
Yeah, there's a lot of like assimilation of these local rituals and traditions into like a formal religion. Like I know the Buddhists did it with Tibet too, and then like very similar things in other areas.
Isn't there literally a saint for the cartel guys? Like there's a few movies I've watched where they whip out those saint cards and they pray for like.
Saying of death.
Yeah.
Damn.
Actually, so I don't know you're gonna allow to answer.
It makes me sleep better at night.
Vic, bro, I fucking killed it on my app, eh?
Let's go. What'd you do?
Oh, it's so sick, bro. I literally just took every problem I had and I put it into an app. It's so sick, man. It still needs a couple things. I already have it on my iOS. I put it into the dev environment, so I'm just testing, seeing what like kind of is easier, what's harder. But dude, I'm a fucking loser that's never coded in his life, and I created the goddamn greatest scrap gold app ever.
See, this is the shit I want to hear. That's fucking dope, man.
Yeah.
Like, see, this is what's actually cool about AI. Like, I don't think the AGI shit's gonna happen, but like people like you that are closer to these applications that people actually need, and you being able to just build shit on your own that's like truly magical.
Yeah, man, and then like, anyways, and I even thought outside the box because like I really just need to check the gold price and let customers know like, hey, you got 14 karat, this is the 14 karat per gram. But then I was like, man, we're just like writing shit into a book and putting it into our accounting. What if I could log your items, ring 22 grams, 14 karat, 90% payout, and then so I made it now that I could log your items, generate a PDF receipt with all the items you sold, the full gold value at 100%, and then the value you got on your payout, you know?
Wow.
And it just gets sent off to the client and to me, and we have a clean record. I'm not going through my notebooks of like, fuck, where did we buy? What price was that? Just literally, I fix my own needs, is what I'm trying to say, right? And like, just the idiot that's never coded, right? Like, it's incredible.
Yo, Dan. How much snow you got?
I got a bit, bud. I got a bit.
Yeah, we got a couple inches already.
It just took me like an hour and a half to go to the airport and back, which usually takes like 30 minutes.
Dude, I've spent too much time in Miami. I 100% thought you were asking about cocaine.
We are. They're talking about Canadian Club. Now, Dave, I need you to troll Chris today when he comes in. We gotta figure out how to maneuver this and make it happen. I'm gonna have a busy afternoon and night probably, but Chris doesn't usually come in that often. It's like he'll come in a couple times and then you won't see him for a couple months. Yeah, like maybe once a month or so. But he came here 2 days in a row.
Yeah, he's back on the wagon, I think. He'll be coming in.
Do you know which Chris we're talking about, Dan?
Oh, I'm hoping the Canadian June Seth one.
No.
Oh, my bad. That's what I thought, because he hasn't been here and he's been here late.
That was because of like the Jimmy exile, which, you know, is their beef. Like, more power to them. They can figure it out.
He meant Green Beret, Chris.
Correct.
Like, he's always here drunk, and then he spends 3 hours talking about a war story no one asked him about.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The reason Canadian June Seth hasn't been here so much is because his wife, or girlfriend, is in Mexico without him.
Oh!
Shit. Why is this? Damn, the way you said it. He's filming a line. Damn, oh my god. I don't know what happened, but you got good at this
shit, bro. You spent too much time with British.
Camera for her or something. She's working.
You go. He's doing that himself. And he's good. He's feeling it. Happy for him. I'm happy for Jimmy. Yeah. Oh, dude, I came into that. Like, Carol was talking about how, like, Carol got, like, scammed or something. I didn't understand what happened, but they were saying Teddy scammed her, but she admits it's, like, her fault for falling for it. I was so lost.
All time. What?
Yeah, no, it was...
For you, buddy.
What's the coin?
No, it was, like, chill frogs.
Oh, that happened to me too.
For you,
But
buddy.
it's
Time
like
to
how
do
they
that
get
shit.
money, so what's the big deal?
Well, like, I don't know.
I don't think they're an older lady or something. Oh, okay. And I think, like, I heard she lost, like, 30K, and to her, that's, like, a lot or something. So,
You have to fucking go laundry service on mom.
I mean, that's nothing to some people. Other people, that's a lot of people, well, a lot of money. Yeah. What's her name? Sorry, what's her name?
Andrew, I got a question for you. Is 30K a lot of money for you?
Hold on, is that Carol, the older Carol?
yes. Yeah.
Oh, I know Carol very well. She was out in the Chill Frogs room with her fucking being a Chill Frog just like me.
Yeah. Hold on, I got a question. She bought it because of Teddy sales and shit. She paid me out on Teddy because other people would probably say that Carol's the one promoting them.
Yeah.
You get into a space you don't understand, it's your own problem.
If she didn't buy it because of Teddy, it wasn't Teddy's sales job that got her to put a stupid amount for her. She's just taking it out on him because he's a
Andrew, is 30K a lot of money?
Well, it depends for who and for what.
Yeah, but like if you found 30K
Having doubt us.
fell out of your wallet, would you be upset?
No, Dave, I wouldn't.
Yes,
Those
you would.
citizens guided by a
Being
love
serious.
of home and country.
30K is a lot of money to anybody. Like, I know it's not a significant portion of your net
For the
worth.
future. It is with them that God prepares his virtue.
One time, they fall out of the sky. Like,
Lest we forget ourselves, and not 2 decades ago, the same
if it fell
republic
out of your
bore
wallet,
with it
you would be like,
chains
wow,
of bondage.
that was dumb.
And souls terrorized, the demon of slavery preying upon the virgin West. And it
I'm just saying.
30 days a week for
Chris blames everybody for everything, but I don't think you understand. Chris was the guy the same shit. He's looking to become the guy that delivers just anything. It's like, whatever, Chris. Like, okay, you understand that you don't make shit like now, but you don't have to go after everybody and their
conversation. Welcome, T.A. Uma. Can you tell us what the point is, Uma? Uma, answer.
I just don't feel some way. It was like a weird combo.
Uma, what is the point?
The point is still point at home, and the point of you, gentlemen, is to be more humble, should be
I
more
don't
gentle
understand
to
what
one
happened when I
another.
walked into like if Teddy was in
What's
here
the point of
earlier,
even saying that?
what exactly led to that?
Call him out on it.
So only give you an extra fluff or false slug as there as I bob.
Sounds like today is an exceptionally great picnic Sunday. June staff shellacked him on June 6th, and then McCory was calling somebody else out. Teddy's getting it. I'm being asked whether 30 grand is a lot of money for me. I mean, Jesus. And I just got back from church not too long ago.
105K Bitcoin.
Yeah, but that whole thing, like the owner and the leader was not Teddy, it was Jason Williams, right? Just so we're very clear about that.
Well, it wasn't actually Chill Frogs, dude. I think it was some other fucking shitcoin.
Oh, shit.
I don't know if it was Chill Frogs or what.
Oh, well, that changes everything.
Yeah, it wasn't Chill Frogs that she got lost on. It was something else.
Okay, well, that changes everything.
I mean, she did Chill Frogs too, though. She was
Chill Frogs too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she was Chill Frogs too.
We're playing a game of telephone. You guys, I'm sure if you're like in here and they're both in here, you'll get like some popcorn and watch like some drama. Like, you know, it'll unfold.
And he like made a point. It's like, this is the best new thing. Well, that would be fucked up if it was something like that, right?
Hey, Dave, with Bitcoin approaching 1 of 5, have you found 30 grand of net worth today?
I'm in the Matrix, so I can't really hear.
Hey, so he's so saying he got 30K in a shoebox somewhere.
Yeah, some singles. These single dollar bills. 30K in hundreds is nothing.
Sorry, what was your question?
I was asking whether you have found 30K today, provided that the corn is touching 105 today. Your net worth, did you find an extra 30 grand today?
I have no
I shot
Hey, you know what, dude? You can't get by Andrew and Dave. A good router, some switch, some good fiber optic cables.
I'm pretty sure David's driving in the country, man.
Starlink, a satellite.
Roaming Starlink dish, $1,200 on the roof of your truck, Dave. You know?
A lot of people ask.
Andrew, are you gonna give me 30K back when I cry because it was a bad idea to buy a stupid satellite dish?
Well, at least you wouldn't be in the Matrix. How's that a bad idea? You don't miss anything.
I'd rather be in the Matrix once in a while than have a big satellite on top of my truck and less Bitcoin.
Doesn't look like a satellite.
It's like a piece of paper.
30,000 is not a lot. It weighs probably 1.2 pounds. It's not that big.
Teresa, you're like, 30,000 is not a lot. I fucking made 60,000 and lost 100,000 at a roulette on black.
$1 bill weighs about a gram. One bill weighs about a gram.
I love how you know the weight of guys.
Hard to help on.
Hold on, I have a clarifying question. Are you talking about freshly printed bill or the one that's been laced with coke already? There's some residual coke on it, making it heavier. Which one are you talking about?
You know, that's a thing too. They weigh bills. If they know when the bill has been, the catch weight on it. Freshly printed bills weigh about 1.1 pounds, 30,000.
Yeah, the only issue with that is if they're new from the bank, you're good, but if they're worn out, you lose a little bit per bill sometimes, so you can't really calculate like that. But you're right, brand new
bills have an accurate.
See what I'm gonna do, Bork? I'm gonna dip these bills in like gasoline. This is gonna get real nice, fluffy and head.
My buddy opened up a location in Miami, and he has, and so I see him post every day now. He has a line of these young kids that, bro, when I say they spend probably $5 million in 60 days on jewelry, I'm not even kidding. And they're into crypto. So he's like, yeah, I don't know, man. They trade crypto. I'm like, no, they don't, bro. They fucking print shit coins and they pump them up.
Oh,
They're
probably like cyber threat actors and criminals too.
So listen to this. They're 19 years old. As long as they spend a minimum of $100 grand in the club, they'll let them in the club. Knowing they're 19 years old. And these fucking guys are just living their best lives before they go to the penitentiary, I'm sure.
Yeah, those are the guys that are calling they're calling Johnson. Exactly.
They're the scammers.
Like, incredible, dude. I see his Instagram story. I'm like, you're fucking like 44, bro. What are you doing hanging out with like 18-year-old?
Dude, he's gonna get busted in the whole drug net as well.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I can't believe it.
You better warn him for, you know,
Just don't associate with them and being like accomplice or like.
Yeah.
For money laundering.
yeah, explain to him that he's gonna go to jail.
So hold on. So if I go to Cartier being a criminal, does Cartier get implicated in that?
If they know that.
No, he doesn't know anything. He just thinks that they're actual traders. And they're good traders, man. I'm like, I don't think they're good traders.
No, but you're supposed to have some sort of scrutiny your best efforts to figure out what is the source of funds, right?
The way it works, this guy's hanging out with this kid's if you got this kid's money deal, your buddy used to minimize their sentence. But your buddy probably had no fucking clue.
No, but like, he doesn't have a clue. He just charges the sales tax and he pays the government what he owes. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this has nothing to do with it.
Ignorance is not gonna be a defense.
Exactly. It's legal and he's not doing anything illegal, but it's like sort of he'll be scrutinized for turning a blind eye to what were the source of the funds if the funds are like, you know, illicit.
Yeah.
Canada's a little different, boys. Canada's a little different.
I think he said this is Miami, right?
Yeah, they're doing this in the Miami story. But I don't know. They're just paying with their credit cards. Like, there's no fucking issue. Because I know one thing. You eliminate illegal shit, and Birkin, fucking Louis Vuitton, all these brands will collapse within 5 years.
Well, it's good you said credit card. Then he's kind of safe.
Yeah. Like, they're a full.
Because if it's cash or it's crypto, then his ass.
No. He's taking they run a very tight shit. They're like they're actually the official jeweler to the Toronto Raptors. They're the official sponsor.
Nevertheless, you should explain to him that these kids are not some rock star traders. You better be extra careful. There's something fishy here, okay?
Oh yeah. I mean, but they're like, hey, give us $1 million and we'll make it into 5 in fucking 6 hours. Like, I'm waiting for that person.
Well, and then to Andrew's point, like if anything is sketch, I don't know if these guys have to submit SAR reports. They're not like financial institutions, but still, you know, someone just suddenly is spending like $100K a day in your presence, right? And it's like a regular activity.
I'm sure he knows what's required of him. If he has over certain sales, he has to report it. Blah blah blah.
Yeah.
See, they'll come out with an education and go on to like 2 more fucking crimes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's also a trail of victims, Trezo.
Andrew, I'm trying to tell you that crime does pay. Only dumbasses get caught. Crime does fucking pay, bro. So all this shit that's
not a reason to okay it or to say let it be. That's a ridiculous position to take.
It'll be alright. You can control them.
Yeah, and if they find
destroys lives. There's worse people out than destroying people's lives, bro. Fucking food, water, medicine. So, give me bitches.
Oh, okay. So it's a bit harder a little bit, but not a lot, right? It's bad to be a mass murderer, but like if you just kill somebody, it's like okay. Right?
Come on, everything fucking kills.
Take it to the extreme. Take your logic. Apply your logic.
Relax, stop being a bitch. Everything fucking kills in this world. Relax.
No, that's a placate. You're just placating.
I would actually never do business to you, El Chorizo, based on what you just said.
Yeah,
absolutely
just
never.
got knocked down in my day, too.
Trust me. You're the last person I want to do business with. There's nothing you can offer to me that'll make me do this.
Okay, that might be true, but
That wasn't even the plan, but that is a very poor character on your part to be okay with that.
Relax, don't take it to the tip.
Relax, amigo. Everything gonna be okay. There's no problemo. Police are going to find out what it is that we have been talking about.
I'm rolling up to church now, Chorizo. We're praying for you, alright?
You're
Please. Don't pray.
you're just dismissing it. You're avoiding it.
I think the guy that called Junsa did say as part of his plan, like he'll just get off and he'll stash some money. Right? Didn't you say something like that?
That was the plan, but also I think he wanted to get out or something, or maybe that was all fake. Like who knows?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We lost Bork in the chaos. Bork's like, a fucking friend. Should never said anything.
No, I don't know. Let's go.
I think the nature of like the people Bork has to work with, even maybe his friend has to work with, because of like the chains and stuff he sells that are really high margin, it tends to be like hip hop people or whatever rapper types too. He was saying, but he's saying it comes with a lot of danger and risk because of the type of people and like whatever stuff they're caught up in and everything. So he has a good grasp on all that.
It's not the product, it's the amounts of cash that get transferred between that makes it a little shady.
He said all of it. You know, he's like this inventory of gold or the diamonds, and then like tracking you, like you said, like the logistics, the tracking the cash, all of it. And he said in Toronto, there's like a lot of violence regarding that. Like people are getting killed left and right. But he said in the States, it's not as bad. But I think in the States, like it's like the physical brick and mortar shops being raided more. Theft and robbery, murder relating to like jewelry and high-end watches, stuff like that.
Yeah. I was in August. I was in Switzerland, visited a few places, and I had my nice watch on. The shop there, and the boutique told me not to wear it because I was headed to Paris from there. They told me not to wear it because I would get targeted. Because literally, even to the employees of hotels, doesn't matter which hotel you're staying in, they'll say, hey, we got somebody with this and that. So I took it off.
Makes sense.
And then, being like hyper aware of that, I noticed the looks on this, even in the hotel, by like doormen or others, as you walk in or head out, and then certain people on the street, you see the glances towards your wrist. They're just there. And I was noticing them, probably because I was, made aware.
Gotcha.
So I was like, I would notice when there was a glance towards the wrist, and I did see that. I cover up my fucking wash when I'm on Subway now. I'm gonna get that more fucking looking at.
Well, you got colder weather, you know, cover it up.
Yeah.
Jeff, you're the canary in Afghanistan for me. If they take your what?
I need like a G-Shock that snaps over Protect. That's just like, you know, flip on G-Shock over your fancy watch.
That's not a bad idea.
Clip on Casio, let's do it.
Yeah, like a fucking case for your watch that disguise it.
You're gonna run into someone so poor that they like try to pull it off your wrist and just
Yeah,
steal
they're doing
the
your fucking
case.
Casio.
Yeah.
Man, enough with the fucking Protect.
Oh no, there's an accident, they run away. Protect stays on your
Yeah, they got the box,
Okay.
the lid.
Then you're exposed.
How's it feel in Afghanistan, Jeff? You okay? No one's fucking with you.
Yeah, he's not there yet. We'll see what happens.
Oh, that's true. Afghanistan is T-minus 3 weeks, something like that, right?
If the condoms I get have their prices slashed in half, that will not be a bad outcome.
Hey, yo.
If the what condom you want to get?
Yeah, if fucking expensive condos I like, if all the rich people the prices go down.
And what he's trying to say is he's pro Mamdani because of the high crime and how it's going to reduce real estate prices so we can get into the real estate, and then Jeff will get rid of Mamdani. So the real estate will go.
See, I appreciate that kind of thing. That's at least identifying opportunities. I mean, Mugabe could fuck it up for I don't know how many years.
Real estate is down over the past 10 years anyway. Now this retard coming in, it'll really fucking down.
And, you know, it gets bad enough that people snap out of it eventually.
They have to. It's like the financial capital of the U.S.
Yeah.
And we're like,
Whatever you
is the leading country.
guys.
If you
want to freeze my rent.
If the apartment is not rent stabilized.
Okay, but he told me that he's freezing my rent.
Brittany, what he meant by that is that like they'll cut electricity and water, and you'll literally freeze to death in that building.
Yeah, Brittany, he'll lower your rent.
It's fine. I can just live on the buses. He said it's free transportation now.
It's not.
I'll just stay on that.
He'll lower your rent, okay? You'll have $1 rent. But in order for you to get into your apartment, you're going to pay a fee every time. The locks will be changed, okay?
You don't have to pay on the fucking door lock.
What do you think? There's no ways around this shit? It's a joke.
Did you guys see these people that got caught up rigging games in baseball? I think I recall Dave saying that it would be one of the only sports that probably couldn't be rigged.
Baseball?
I thought it had.
I haven't heard the baseball one.
I'm pretty sure baseball
Just
was
instead of
rigged.
them, I think today I posted it at the top.
Wasn't baseball rigged long ass time ago in like the 1900s with like the Black Sox scandal? Yeah, exactly.
No idea. I have not a clue.
There was something like that big, yeah. I don't remember the details.
I think it was a Black Sox scandal. They like paid like the players to throw the game so they could win a bet or something. Some politicians, people were involved, really high up.
Well, hold on. Back
Apparently it was the pitchers. It was Luis Ortiz. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, exactly, Andrew. The mob was involved too because it was Chicago and New York and like
everywhere.
I think all those like rumors, even in Boardwalk Empire, they portrayed it. It was like Arnold Rothstein or something. That's like their fault.
Oh my god.
I don't know if that's like real though.
Jack Dick.
Yeah. Well, that was actually in Boardwalk Empire, but yeah, it's funny when Dr. Jack like leans into the Boardwalk Empire shit. Like, I like mob movies. What are you gonna make one, Dr. Jack?
He probably believes in his head he's living in one. He's some kind of a kingpin.
I mean, we all just live in his world.
He's trying to start a cult in fucking El Salvador.
You know, I think
He has one.
it's weird. I appreciate Dr. Jack for the red light stuff and the sun stuff. That really did help me. And Jack's always like super friendly, trying to help me. He's like, "Yo, come to El Salvador," and like all this. So I have like no beef with him, but like some of the stuff he says, I'm just like so lost. It's like how he arrived at those conclusions. And then
Nobody has beef with him. It's not like
no. You have beef with him. You have beef with him. He feels. Jeff, I don't think so. But either way, my point is, there's a lot of like jackalites. Is someone's point here.
Jackalites.
Yeah. So there's like a lot of jackalites here, and we're actually in the minority. I didn't understand this until recently, Jeff and Andrew.
It's like COVID. Everyone's got fucking brain disease.
Wait. Are you saying more people than buy into it?
Yeah, there's more jackalites than non-jackalites.
Oh my god, okay, I didn't know that. I thought we were talking about retards.
Well, I mean, like, I don't want to call these people retards either, because, like, but you know what I mean. Like, Florida's here, Aleph is here, Antonio's here, and, like, I like them, and some of the shit they say is
Well, I think some of the stuff that he says might be useful, but then I also hear him say things that I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
Hold on a second.
So it just like,
Yeah. Hold on a second. Okay, let's just put this in. When he makes stupid, improbable, and things that never happened, and people ignore that, that's a problem. Okay? When he tells you something that he read in literature that is true, he is not the source of the truth. He's repeating somebody else's work.
The research papers.
That does not
he disseminates useful information sometimes.
Yeah, there's a ton of people who are even more prolific than him and better at him at compiling this information, presenting it to you, whatever. So him repeating somebody else's work about something that is true does not make him correct on everything that doesn't solve his incorrect bullshit. Problem is, we all say stupid shit.
But I've never said I was sending all my money to the IRS.
Yeah, we have to own up to it occasionally when we're called. Or you gotta apologize and say, you know what, I was fucking wrong on that.
Well,
He never does that.
Yeah.
So, how can I trust anything he says that?
Yeah. Well, the thing for me is like, I can tell like here like everyone pounce on him if he like about faces even slightly, but like some of the stuff he says about like the U.S. and like the Sputnik like downloading information from that's why Israel blew it up, and like all this is like some fantasy, right? Yeah, exactly. Like it's. I'm like genuinely concerned at times when it's like, is he drunk or does he truly believe this? And then how much do and that's totally fine. Yeah, exactly.
That's really good wine. I'm impressed with his wine choices.
But then these people like eat it all up and they're like the Jews, you know?
Well, it takes a certain mindset. Weak people who don't have critical thinking skills and they just believe what they're told and they can't discern anything.
And the weird thing is like Dr. Jack, and he won't say the Jews, and like Jeff caught this too, but like
I'll say Israeli.
He was like Bitcoin's down. Yeah.
All kinds of retarded shit.
Yeah, exactly.
He'll be like, it's a fucking Israeli now.
Yeah, it'll be like Bitcoin is down because of the Israelis. I'm just like, Dr. Jack, like how? Like what? Like come on. Well, you've seen the shit they're doing, and I'm just, I don't know, bro. Like I see a war, but like are you trying to say that Gaza is why Bitcoin's down? Because I recall that war was going on for a while, and Bitcoin went up during that. So.
But listen, somebody said that he's like afraid to admit something or whatever. Like people would.
Yeah, that was me. He's exactly.
See, I think the opposite of that. Like if you have somebody who can admit where they were wrong, even infrequently or whatever, like
that elevates their character.
Agreed. Agreed. It shows they have humility, right?
Yeah, I don't think people would turn away. In fact, it had the opposite effect. Like if it was really, if you were to own up on bullshit, okay, well, at least you understand where you made a mistake. Don't do it again, whatever.
Yeah.
But that's when I started there. Like, it's total cult. It has all the workings and things. Jackalites?
Yeah, that's what somebody called them. I didn't make them up. Yeah, Jackalite.
Come on, people. Pull out your napkin and a pencil and do some fucking basic math and anything. You'll see that it's stupid, ridiculous, and you have big brains. Engage some critical thinking.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if he just said that. And like you said, I respect him more for it. I think a lot of people would. It's like you get new information. It's okay to change your mind. Nothing's wrong. But it's like doubling and tripling down on it. That's not even the frustrating part. The frustrating part is like the Jackalites, like you said, who are also very nice people who just are now bought into this.
Now, a thought just hit my mind. If this was true, that the Jews are so good and control so absolutely everything, isn't it logically and proper to conclude that you better run over there and join them?
I guess. Can't beat him, join him. Yeah, he sent his money to the IRS. He should just send his computer to the IDF.
Yeah, just go join them and take over.
Just send all your electronics to the IDF.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously, that's a ridiculous proposition, but it shows you how dumb and ridiculous the claim is. It's what the hell is this? Like some kind of a mass
hallucination.
Mass hallucination. Or there's another term for it.
Mass hallucination, something. What?
Mass reality distortion field.
Like the crowd. There's a word for the crowd, or massive cohort or population. I forgot the term.
Parallel world.
Yeah.
Mass hallucination psychosis. That's one.
Yeah. That's pretty much what it is.
Oh, we got John Kitover in the chat.
Is that John Kitover or someone else?
Is it?
Says John.
Hold on. Let's do. How many Jews or Israelis or whatever? Like, what's the number? What's
You
the
know
number
what to
that
do,
runs?
Geoff.
You're like 12 million Jews in your life.
Okay, but out of the 12 million, how many actually run shit? If you were generous, let's just play along for.
No two marriages are the same. Y'all go off of both of you guys' individual needs. We are not the same or require the same things from everybody. That's why it's very special if you're able to find somebody that you can be equally with, because it's not no one size fits all. And so, yeah, like to Lady O's point, this is some internet stuff. And to keep on propagating these narratives points to what you're looking for and what you're receiving. And it's a projection, but it's not conducive. Nobody's marriage is the same. Nobody's relationship is the same. You want to know why? Because the two players and the two people that have to interact on a daily basis are not the same as anybody else. So, just let's cut the cap.
So y'all don't want y'all husbands to be better than y'all.
We're not saying that. I'm not saying that, bro. You know I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that these chicks are saying one thing on the internet and do a completely different thing in real life, and I see it with my own eyes every fucking day on a day-to-day basis. Like,
Man, lady, I know these hoes kicking in, but they not kicking in more than the niggas they with.
yeah, okay.
I know they kicking in. I know they might pay a little internet bill but they not doing more than the niggas they with unless that nigga living with them. Then we talking about bum poor people. I don't want to talk about them. I don't want to talk about the project. In regular most marriages, in regular, but two regular people cohabitate with each other, yeah, she paying for bills. But he probably, most likely, he doing more than her.
I think that's dangerous.
And that's the expectation.
What happens
in these relationships? The man wants to do more than her because he wants to take the stress off of her. So,
You really don't know what somebody is doing because you do not live in their household. This is all speculation. And this is something that I hope is going to be. I'm sorry.
I've been in a relationships where the point he was doing more, and I'm speaking about my fiance, and he's too sick with cancer, and he couldn't do nothing. So I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like. I'm living real life.
Lady, I live in real life.
Like,
And this is the time where I had a situation where a chick was doing more than me, but the minute I was able to do more, I started doing more. I understand that person got sick, and for me, I was in a position to where I couldn't do, but the minute I was able to do, I started doing.
So what happens when he can't? What happens if he can't do more because he took sick? Does that put me down? And this is why I tell my son, do not lead with your money, because when you lead with your money, the expectation is for you to always show up, said way, regardless of if you are able to or not. That is not a great idea for men to lead with their money because she's always going to be looking for you to do that. You could be half dead, and in her mind, she's going to be like, well, what's the difference now? You've been doing it any other time.
I mean,
It's supposed to be the whole thing. The whole thing.
We have always led with our
Okay, no.
because that's what y'all
Not.
for us for.
They really.
That has been since like the caveman days.
That is not true.
Bring home the most deal. Women want the men who can bring home the
That is not true.
It is always.
Okay, so this is the thing that operates in like reality. Some people lead with tangibles. Some people lead with intangibles. Some people lead with both. I find that it is better to have both. You might not hit 100% on the intangible. You might not hit 100% on the tangible. But at least you got a mixed bag so that you're able to tackle life a little bit better. One thing that people have taken up is that somebody should lead with one or the, when we know that it is better to be well-rounded and not, like in most of society, that you're able to adapt and do more. These talking points, they are not based in reality. And it's unfortunate that people take up these things and want to make that their life when they are not even able to keep it up for themselves, let alone try to hold somebody else to that standard. It makes no sense. On this app, a lot of people don't like me. A lot of the shit that y'all couldn't complain about and cry about, I call it crying. I already did that. This is not no big feat. But the simple fact that you, and not you personally or anybody in this room, you don't have the ability to work well with others. Or, hey, you have a wrench, I got a screwdriver, let's make this work. You got this, I got that, let's make this work. The problem solving, low in that department. The fact that you're not able to live in reality and actually understand the way that humans interact with one another, and be nice to one another. Yeah, that's why a lot of people are stuck in this rut that they can't figure out. It is not complex to work well with others. You've literally been doing it your whole life, whether you wanted to or you did not want to. Now, when you like somebody and you're trying to build a life, all of a sudden you cannot do it. That makes no sense. So some of these things are just illogical because of the way that you're going about things. Maybe in dominance or control instead of working well with one another. It ain't no issue of somebody else having a big piece of chicken. You wasn't gonna eat all that chicken no way. Like, it ain't that deep. A lot of stuff you don't even have to be so self-critical or hypercritical to another person over. But that's what people complain about on social media. But not in real life. In real life, a lot of people are happy and they just mind their business, whether they're married or not.
The Bitcoin room kicked me, bro. Bro, why did you kick? Bro.
Oh shit! Don't be riding that West Coast wave. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably should have called that gym.
I'm wondering.
It's like you can stop complaining online as well.
Wait, hold on a second. I thought I had been listening for a while. I'm really trying to highlight y'all hustle. Don't mind me.
Me?
Amanda,
You got her black.
let that black man speak. Are you friends with somebody who drop rainbows on you and call you bitch ass niggas and shit? I just need to understand from my brain.
Like, I'm confused. I just would like that I stop being disrespected in this space.
Things like that. Who needs a hand?
I know.
Okay, this is down. Sounds good at Picture Pig. I'll be right back because I'm going to go downstairs and put my live stream back on the Bitcoin room. Those guys will be here all day.
And everything will fall into place. 24. He who stands on tiptoe doesn't stand firm. He who rushes ahead doesn't go far. He who tries to shine dims his own light. He who defines himself can't know who he really is. He who has power over others can't empower himself. He who clings to his work will create nothing that endures. If you want to accord with the Tao, just do your job, then let go. 25. There was something formless and perfect before the universe was born. It is serene, empty, solitary, unchanging, infinite, eternally present. It is the mother of the universe. For lack of a better name, I call it the Tao. It flows through all things, inside and outside, and returns to the origin of all things. The Tao is great. The universe is great. Earth is great. Man is great. These are the four great powers. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the universe. The universe follows the Tao. The Tao follows only itself. 26. The heavy is the root of the light. The unmoved is the source of all movement.
Thus the master travels all day without leaving home. However splendid the views, she stays serenely in herself. Why should the lord of the country flit about like a fool? If you let yourself be blown to and fro, you lose touch with your root. If you let restlessness move you, you lose touch with who you are. 27. A good traveler has no fixed plans and is not intent upon arriving. A good artist lets his intuition lead him wherever it wants. A good scientist has freed himself of concepts and keeps his mind open to what is. Thus the master is available to all people and doesn't reject anyone. He is ready to use all situations and doesn't waste anything. This is called embodying the light. What is a good man but a bad man's teacher? What is a bad man but a good man's job? If you don't understand this, you will get lost, however intelligent you are. It is the great secret. 28. Know the male, yet keep to the female. Receive the world in your arms. If you receive the world, the Tao will never leave you, and you will be like a little child. Know the white, yet keep to the black. Be a pattern for the world. If you are a pattern for the world, the Tao will be strong inside you, and there will be nothing you can't do. Know the personal, yet keep to the impersonal. Accept the world as it is. If you accept the world, the Tao will be luminous inside you, and you will return to your primal self. The world is formed from the void, like utensils from a block of wood. The master knows the utensils, yet keeps to the block. Thus she can use all things. 29. Do you want to improve the world? I don't think it can be done. The world is sacred. It can't be improved. If you tamper with it, you'll ruin it. If you treat it like an object, you'll lose it. There's a time for being ahead, a time for being behind, a time for being in motion, a time for being at rest, a time for being vigorous, a time for being exhausted, a time for being safe, a time for being in danger. The master sees things as they are without trying to control them. She lets them go their own way and resides at the center of the circle. 30. Whoever relies on the Tao in governing men doesn't try to force issues or defeat enemies by force of arms. For every force, there is a counterforce. Violence, even well-intentioned, always rebounds upon oneself. The master does his job and then stops. He understands that the universe is forever out of control, and that trying to dominate events goes against the current of the Tao. Because he believes in himself, he doesn't try to convince others. Because he is content with himself, he doesn't need others' approval. Because he accepts himself, the whole world accepts him. 31. Weapons are the tools of violence. All decent men detest them. Weapons are the tools of fear. A decent man will avoid them, except in the direst necessity, and if compelled, will use them only with the utmost restraint. Peace is his highest value. If the peace has been shattered, how can he be content? His enemies are not demons, but human beings like himself. He doesn't wish them personal harm, nor does he rejoice in victory. How could he rejoice in victory and delight in the slaughter of men? He enters a battle gravely, with sorrow, and with great compassion, as if he were attending a funeral. 32. The Tao can't be perceived. Smaller than an electron, it contains uncountable galaxies. If powerful men and women could remain centered in the Tao, all things would be in harmony. The world would become a paradise. All people would be at peace, and the law would be written in their hearts. When you have names and forms, know that they are provisional. When you have institutions, know where their functions should end. Knowing when to stop, you can avoid any danger. All things end in the Tao, as rivers flow into the sea. 33. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, You are truly rich. If you stay in the center and embrace death with your whole heart, you will endure forever. 34. The great Tao flows everywhere. All things are born from it. Doesn't create them. It pours itself into its work. Yet it makes no claim. It nourishes infinite worlds. Yet it doesn't hold on to them. Since it is merged with all things and hidden in their hearts, it can be called humble. Since all things vanish into it, and it alone endures, it can be called great. It isn't aware of its greatness. Thus, it is truly great. 35. She who is centered in the Tao can go where she wishes without danger. She perceives the universal harmony, even amid great pain, because she has found peace in her heart. Music or the smell of good cooking may make people stop and enjoy, but words that point to the Tao seem monotonous and without flavor. When you look for it, there's nothing to see. When you listen for it, there's nothing to hear. When you use it, it is inexhaustible. 36. If you want to shrink something, you must first allow it to expand. If you want to get rid of something, you must first allow it to flourish.
Mountain fire.
If you want to take something, you must first allow it to be given. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. This is called the subtle perception of the way things are. The soft overcomes the hard. The slow overcomes the fast. Let your workings remain a mystery. Just show people the results. 37. The Tao never does anything, yet through it all things are done. If powerful men and women could center themselves in it, the whole world would be transformed by itself in its natural rhythms. People would be content with their simple, everyday lives, in harmony and free of desire. When there is no desire, all things are at peace. 38. The master doesn't try to be powerful. Thus, he is truly powerful. The ordinary man keeps reaching for power. Thus, he never has enough. The master does nothing. Done. The ordinary man is always doing things, yet many more are left to be done. The kind man does something, yet something remains undone. The just man does something, and leaves many things to be done. The moral man does something, and when no one responds, he rolls up his sleeves and uses force. When the Tao is lost, there is goodness. When goodness is lost, there is morality. When morality is lost, there is ritual. Ritual is the husk of true faith, the beginning of chaos. Therefore, the master concerns himself with the depths and not the surface, with the fruit and not the flower. He has no will of his own. He dwells in reality and lets all illusions go. 39.
Yeah, he be doing some decent shit. I mean, how he moves. See, we need a black billionaire to move right there. We don't really got no black billionaire that be standing on a business when it comes to our politics and shit. Like, he put his money where his mouth is. Like, he's like the Elon Musk of the Democratic Party. Like, he's putting money up and shit politically and shit to make change. Our black billionaires will be doing that shit, man.
But what change is he making?
I mean, whether it's negative change or positive change.
So across the news, Trump.
Well, he's responsible. Well, we mentioned his opposition to apartheid, which made a difference. There are a bunch of liberal causes, and then he was big on prosecutors. He wanted to get much more liberal prosecutors. He did this kind of quietly in cities across the nation, prosecutors who would not be as strict in their prosecution of the law.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I don't agree with everything he does. He's super far left liberal. Why is he anti-Israel though? I don't understand that part. If your family got killed in the Holocaust, and then you got to do what you got to do as a kid to not be persecuted.
You know how you have that word for black folks who don't support black causes? That's what he is to us.
But he's a billionaire though. See,
That's correct.
It's one thing for people to just have an opinion about black people that, you know, but he's somebody that has political power. Like, he's somebody he can make change. He can change people's perspectives and shit overnight. Have you met him before?
I have not, but my girlfriend worked with his wife, who's much younger than him, on certain art projects. He's a big philanthropist, and one of the things they do is they support art. My former girlfriend gave a fortune, I'm talking millions, to...
Yeah. George Soros was, he funded Black Lives Matter. I mean, he funded a lot of shit.
He did the studio museum in Harlem.
You got a girlfriend? Was she black or she Jewish?
She was...
Y'all be back in the day on women, so y'all be peeping that. I be peeping a lot of Jewish dudes that be...
Jewish woman.
A lot of Jewish dudes be like from black women. Y'all be dirty
Like many of us, she was mixed Sephardic and Ashkenazi. So funny, she grew up with Ladino, which is Old Spanish, the Sephardic Jews spoke. So the Sephardic Jews, many of them moved to Greece, which is why I thought that King was a Sephardic Jew, but I looked up the kind of Romanio Jew that he mentioned from Greece, which is different. And just
can you spot like a cos? Cause you know how like people be cosplaying at certain groups. Like can you spot somebody that's cosplaying as a Jew, and then like faking it. And then what questions would you ask them to confirm if they're a fraud or not?
I mean, I don't really try to do that, but yeah,
Marsha is.
Yeah, that's a good question. But even a lot of
asking what
regular Jews wouldn't even know
that.
that.
Marsha is.
Marsha? I'm telling you, most secular Jews wouldn't be able to answer that.
I disagree. The high bar mitzvah. You say, we're going to have a rough and see what they say back.
I'm telling you, the Jewish education is so low these days, they would not know. The only reason I know my parsha is Kitover is because I studied later on. If without the fact that I delved into Orthodox Judaism later in life, like I didn't know that as a child that was my parsha. I wouldn't have known. I guarantee if you ask kids today, like coming out of Hebrew school, what's your parsha? They don't know.
Well, they know because they have to study it for their bar mitzvah.
You have to study it. That doesn't mean they know the name of the portion. I'm telling you, I didn't know the name of the portion. I know it now.
Parents are responsible to give their kids a good Jewish education.
Yeah, but
even poor parents.
I went to a very nice school. The point is, the Reform and the Conservative, both of them, they're not focused on real education. They're focused on memorizing the Haftorah so that you can get through your bar mitzvah.
Okay. Mike, what up? They keep telling you your name every day. John, what's up, brother? You want to speak?
Yeah, I just want to say that the government is going to reopen soon because Trump is so magnanimous that he is willing to continue to borrow and spend so we can, save all these huge federal employees, their salaries, their pensions, and just keep the flow going. But, I hope everybody here has a great Sunday.
Bribery, man. I think they use the government shutdown so people can come out and mass. This is what Democrats won across the nation this last election with Mondami and shit, man. I think if the Republicans would have won or in these certain states and shit, I think the government shutdown would have lasted longer. This was like a political bribe, man.
Not only do I think that.
No, I'm saying Democrat was. Oh, what? I'm sorry. What you said?
No, I was saying, not only do I think it was, but I hate how it was so easy to grab the people and just sway them every which way and fearmonger them into, oh my gosh, what are we all gonna do? This happens every time. The government gets shut down, everybody goes in a frenzy, people start worrying about what they're gonna do. Everyone else starts pointing a finger, and it's just a plot. It's a scheme. It's a fucking scheme. And I hate to say it, like, I will never forgive the way black people have acted in the last 2 years, 3 years. I will never forgive a lot of y'all for the shit that y'all have said, the things y'all begin to believe.
Wait, can you elaborate on that?
I'm just gonna give this most recent example. Like, all of a sudden, we got this pool of black people who are like, oh my gosh, good food stamps are going away. Like, most of these people on food stamps are your fucking grandmothers. Most of these people, and then y'all cherry pick which
type of minorities, man.
I get minorities, but my point is that y'all cherry pick which parts of the government y'all want people to use. We're talking about HUD, welfare, WIC, goddamn EEC, which is child care under the Department of Education. Like, the way I've seen black people attack individuals who need government benefits is fucking bananas.
Yeah, I respect that.
It's bananas, yeah.
Yeah, but I think most black people, it was because I was seeing a lot of shit online that people were saying shit about black people on welfare. It was a lot of AI. Like, I'm gonna keep it real, bro. If this is the early stages of AI in 2025, I only can imagine what this shit gonna look like in 70 years, 75 years.
Now, this wasn't AI, but like people who like make your face like the Facebook post that was viral. And yes, this may be a minority. I'm not saying that it's a majority. I know I've seen otherwise, but like I said, I'll never forget the people who did. So I don't know why everyone's not this is minority.
Lou, this is John. I'd like to ask a question. Oh, sorry, Mike. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I mute my mic, that's the indicator that I'm finished.
You read this once every time you come on. There's a problem with you.
Oh my God.
Black man. What's wrong with us?
John, calm the fuck down. Mike, continue.
So just to make my point, like I said, the group of black people, minority or not, who came out in the last 2 or 3 years, stigmatizing, stereotyping.
What's wrong with it? Why you put yourself in that position? No, don't put us there. Black man, probably black man. So what do you want? I'm asking you now.
I don't want anything anymore.
Wait, Johnson, can you shut the fuck up? Mike, continue. I apologize.
No, that was it. It was just that I would never forget that pool of black people who behaved that way, whether it was a small group of them or not. Y'all never be forgiven ever. The fuck.
Yeah, we don't like to keep people on it down because usually people that's on that are women and children. So yeah, I didn't have no critique, and most people that's on there are white people. So
right.
I don't understand.
And that's why I said I hate the stigma that they try to create, where it's all about the black.
You know that welfare queen shit happened under was that Reagan that happened under like this the fucked up stereotype of the welfare queen? They try to
yeah, I think it was Reagan.
I think it was Reagan.
Make the shit out to recycle it. Good job.
Hey, I got a great question for the room, if I may, moderators.
Do you think, brother?
So if you look at my PTR, that's my mother and I at Abraham Lincoln's tomb in Springfield, Illinois, where he's buried with his family. And my question to you is, in 1863, Lincoln borrowed and created the greenback, which was a federally printed note. And it was the first time that was ever done in history because he didn't want to go to the European banks and pay 30% in interest to fund the war. So he created his own debt instrument with no interest rate. My question to all the moderators and the beautiful speakers here in the audience is, this country's $37 trillion in debt, 38.2 trillion now, plus 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. That means we are all technically on the same boat, which is a boat full of debt and taxes for future liabilities. My question to you is, do you think that cutting off big pharma and the military-industrial complex and keeping Social Security benefits and SNAP and other social welfare programs is the way to go?
Who want to take a shot at that first?
That's my gates.
Well, that might be that.
I just feel like this is a double-edged sword type of question, right? Who do we save? Do we save? You know what I mean? This country has always had resources, whether it's food, all the government resources you can think of. So when you try to leverage and say, do we keep the government programs? The government programs are not y'all issue. Right? Medicaid and whatever else type of government programs are not y'all issue. I know this is the scapegoat that y'all want to use to convince the world that this is the problem, but it's not. So to say, do we keep all these government programs, or do we try to fix our debt? How about you fix the crooked politicians who are misusing some of the government, some of their authority within the places that they hold to create legislation and all types of barriers for other people. Right? This is manipulative. It's manipulative. What you're saying.
Why do you always be like financial experts when it comes to government spending? When it comes to the government spending money on poor people, but then y'all don't be really financial experts or geopolitical, like when it comes to geopolitical issues.
Well, the big beautiful bill, these corporations only have corporate growth because of the big beautiful bill. Companies that aren't making money all of a sudden are making $50 billion because they got the tax credit. So these tax credits are future tax liabilities for we the people. That's what's in the big beautiful bill. $500 billion a year of tax transfer to we the people.
Lou, I'm gonna put this clip in the chat. There's a clip that shows like about 20 years worth of, I'm going to say actually it's like 15 years. 15 years worth of CNN and Fox talking about how everybody's leaving New York and the billionaires are leaving New York. Then it goes to 2025 and it talks about how the amount of millionaires in New York has risen. So it just shows like this. I don't understand how do y'all know like what people say is on the internet, and we can go back and listen to years and years and years of, well, this is gonna happen, this is what we need to do to fix it, and then everything you got fearmonger people into believing is completely untrue. I don't get it.
Hey, real quick, John, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you Democrat, Republican? I see you running for Congress. Where are you?
I'm running for Congress as a Republican in the 16th District to unseat and defeat Congressman Darren LaHood, a super vaccinologist, big debt borrower, spender, taxer. It's the 16th District of Illinois, Rockford, Peoria, Bloomington, Illinois.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wait, so you're running in up and coming next year?
Yeah, the primary is March 17th. We just submitted our petition packet and we're on the ballot for March 17, 2026 to defeat and unseat the super borrower, super spender, super get your vaccine or this scamdemic never ends, Darren LaHood.
What's your thoughts on immigration in Illinois? Venezuelans, all of this stuff that's going. Say, hasn't Chicago specifically been Democrat since? I think it's the longest. I think they've been Democrats since 1930. Some crazy shit. What's your thoughts on Chicago?
I have an original banknote prior to 1913 issued by the Republic of Chicago. This city was a republic in name until the Democrat scam took over, and they have ruled with the mafia and through voter fraud nonstop. There's a huge criminal element in Chicago in the government.
I know about the Italian mafia, Chicago outfits. They control a lot of the judicial politicians and shit. What year was that when you said that there was a Republican and it changed and then they gave up the city to?
All the way from the time of Abraham Lincoln, from 1860 to 1920. And, once unions came in, the Republic of Chicago started getting dismantled little by little. But Rahm Emanuel, a political operative, sold our parking rights to the Abu Dhabi Investment Fund. Now in Chicago, you get towed and ticketed and red light camera and speed ticketed. It is costing people thousands of dollars a year. They boot your car. You have to go to Chicago pay facilities. The mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, is at the head of the Chicago teacher union scam. 75% of our property taxes go to supporting communist, Marxist agitators and propaganda pushers. These people don't teach children. All they do is protest every day, all throughout America, DC, Chicago. These people don't teach kids shit. They are political operatives, sucking. They are parasites. And all of us are the hosts of these Marxist communist parasites.
Let Sean disagree. Sean, do you think cooking?
Oh no, you can sound real angry. So I'm just wondering, since you're so in opposition to taxes and all that, are you completely okay with the permanent corporate tax that was actually a part of the big beautiful bill?
No, I'm opposed to the tax credits in the big beautiful bill. Apple is the number one recipient at $50 billion. Then there's Microsoft and Nvidia and BlackRock and Pfizer, Moderna. Everybody gets tax credits. $500 billion a year to we the people, transferring it to our AGI, our adjusted gross income, and our personal income. This is insanity. We can't continue spending money by giving Fortune 500 tax credits. This is insane. It's unethical. There's no great integrity or virtue in doing this. We can't keep contributing to the borrowing and spending and taxing of we the people.
So how are we to solve what a system, you know economics, you know the system was designed on debt. The system only works because of debt through the Federal Reserve System. So how do you as a politician propose to get us from an economy that's built on debt to something else that I guess you have a vision for how we evolve economically?
You big man, are you capable?
Wait, hold on. Let's slow down. She hasn't John, do you think?
Well, as I discussed earlier, Abraham Lincoln, our great American president, he issued the greenback in competition to European banks. The Federal Reserve is not just a banking system for the United States. It is the de facto global banking system. The Federal Reserve window is in all major countries, because if countries need to liquidate their U.S. treasuries, they go straight to the Federal Reserve window. So we live in a huge conundrum, and there's no easy solutions. It's my opinion that the three biggest expenses are Medicare, Medicaid, the military-industrial complex, and Social Security. I believe that the middle pillar is the Social Security. We have to limit big pharma, Medicare, Medicaid, and the health insurance corporations from sucking at us, we the people. They are parasites. We are their hosts. And the military-industrial complex, which is engaged in international military policing and regime changing and civilization building at the expense of we the people. So I'm running to help liberate the state of Illinois from corrupt politicians and corrupt federal politicians in the Congress and in the Senate. They're a bunch of can kickers. All they care about is perpetual debt. We're now $38 trillion in debt. And, you know, Donald Trump is not a libertarian president, but God bless Donald Trump and God bless America.
So you mentioned, of course, the whole currency situation. At any point in time right now, any community can come together and create their own currency. One of the most famously known is the Ithaca Hour. One of the reasons why individual currencies like the greenback were eliminated is because at one point the entire country was flooded with individual currency. Any organization that could create a bank could create a currency. So therefore, it negated the whole concept of currency, which is to have something that can exchange value between individuals, something that's universal. So are you a proponent of going back to a system where everybody can just create their own currency, run out their own little micro economy within their own city or township?
No, because you have to remember that in the United States of America, we're spending over $1.2 trillion a year on education in this country because 65% of your property taxes goes towards your local school system. We have to essentially cut costs dramatically, and education should be one of the biggest expenditure cuts that we are able to create, which we can defund by 50%. Property taxes are out of control. What I'm telling you is you cannot pay your property taxes in your supposed currency.
Politicians sit down. Answer the question, brother, or I'm not voting for you. I'm out here in Illinois, and I was ready to donate to your fucking campaign. Answer the question, brother.
I hear the question, but you have to realize you can't create your own currency. You might live in some type of currency utopia, but you can't pay your property taxes in your now closed network currency. You have to pay in dollars.
That's not true. The Ithaca Hour has been one of the longest circulating microcurrency in the United States. Just go and research. I'm not going to bring anything to
you asked a couple questions. You asked a couple questions.
Answer to my question.
Yeah, answer a question, then.
Okay, let me try to say it in a different way. You can't keep your house unless you fulfill your property tax bill. And unfortunately, your microcurrency will not be accepted by your local government.
That's not true. There are currencies that are created by the community that are accepted by local governments. So that's why I'm asking you a very pointed question about when you start talking about things like the greenback and not correlate the historical reason why it doesn't exist anymore, then to me it's like a big part on what you're on the stage is a bunch of, I don't know, trying to get people on wash. Exactly. You're not basing anything on fact. It's just a bunch of propaganda, which is what it seems like many of you that are quote mega or mega light are just consistently doing, just spewing propaganda. Because talk about the historic reason why the greenback doesn't exist anymore.
Because they assassinated Lincoln. That's why it doesn't exist anymore.
No, that's not. There were many currencies that existed during that time. So right now, these are the same people who are screaming out loud saying, oh, if the Federal Reserves create a digital currency, that digital currency is going to be programmable. And because that digital currency is programmable, they're going to be able to every aspect of it.
Okay, we get the point, Sean. If you were the leader and the president, though, what would your three priorities be for we the people?
Look at that same similar concept. You look at the greenback, and you look at alternative ways of using some kind of fiat system or singularity system to equate a universal value on a product or a service. So you're not following. The country was built on debt. The only way to get rid of debt is to destroy and dismantle the current system. Is that what he is.
But why do you see y'all too radical? This is why Democrats lost. Like destroys it. Like what? Like what are we talking about?
That's the only way, Luke. The only way is because the system is built on that. That's how it operates. And it's core.
No, I don't.
This is conspiracy theory bullshit. This is
actually.
Well, it's because none of you don't understand how economics
Concrete, Bookie.
superficial. And you're learning. You're not educated on how it works.
Got it, Sean. But unfortunately, you can't pay your property tax bill by coming on Clubhouse and having conversations. You can't pay your groceries with Clubhouse conversations. That's a fact, right?
John, you're on Clubhouse trying to get my vote.
Wait, hold on. First of all, you're not in Illinois. He's not trying to get your vote. All right, wait, hold on. Girl, you live in
You have no idea.
some shit.
You have no idea where I live.
So you don't live in Illinois, so you don't live in this
You
district.
don't know where I live.
Oh my goodness. So wait, I'm asking a question.
My point is,
Do you live in this district? Yes or no? Go for him.
my point was, Luke, is he is here on Clubhouse trying to get someone's vote.
No, he's not. But he just said what he was doing. Wait, all right. Carter, do you think? I got a couple questions because I've been reading up on this website since y'all been debating.
All right, I appreciate that, brother. I heard Sean give an impassioned speech about greenbacks, the Federal Reserve, and debt, right? And I think his concern about the digital currency was surveillance and governmental overreach. And you said the same thing occurred with the greenback. And I don't think the same thing occurred with the greenback because it wasn't digital and it couldn't be used to surveil us. Now, please tell us why digital currency that would be used to surveil us and control us is the same thing as the greenback. Please and thank you.
That's not what I said. I said the concept of it. The historical context of why someone would create it is to try to create a current, to try to use some type of currency without the. Okay, I'm done. Lou, you keep cutting me off, but okay, I'm done.
I'm just telling somebody to come up, just continue. It's not that deep.
Oh, no worries. I just thought you wanted to say something.
No, I'm just telling somebody to come up.
It's to create a system so you're not indebted to X, Y, and Z. That is the origin of how you keep creating.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. If you would have come into the room and heard what I was saying, asking a question about earlier to him as a politician, what does he propose to supplant this system? Because the entire system is built on debt.
Okay, so that's where we disagree, right? So I don't take it to be built on debt. I take it to be built on assets, the full and confidence, right?
I'm fucking deafening my God.
But you don't come in people's rooms and don't hit the person in the back channel like, hey, can I post my website at the top? You have lost your rabbit ass mind, John Buck. All right, calm the fuck down, buddy.
Okay, so the debt that you're talking about is the debt or the structure and way like currency is created. So basically, the government issues and the Federal Reserve.
John's getting some prize.
And then, they
John
issue
Boy's getting
currency,
some
or
prize.
they issue dollars to the Treasury that distributes it to the, throughout the system, first through the banks, and then the banks distribute it to the people who they deem credit worthy, right? Which is going to be other businesses and other people. That is the structure that we use, and that was before, or that's after we had the backing by the gold, right? Which is to say there was something that backed your currency so that you could exchange something of value for something else of value. The new system is built on debt, but that's not a necessary component, right? And so if somebody offers to go back to the gold system, and you can see how there wouldn't be the same debt component. Even though there is a state of indebtedness from one party to the next, it's not just, ethereal or purely conceptual. The backing of that debt or that note, of that promissory note, right? Is something backing that promissory note besides the full faith and credit of the United States. Now, here's how it works, all right? If you were to say to the United States, hey, buddy, I want to take my dollars and I want something of value. The government can definitely give you something about it because the government is very wealthy. They can give you land, they can give you physical assets such as cars, houses, so on and so forth. So it's not purely debt. The debt is a I guess something you put on your balance sheet as an existence issue or existent state of affairs, but there is something back, and that is the confidence that you can get something of value for this promissory note. So, yeah.
I think there needs to be a cleanup on in Area B of the food court concrete. Get on top of that.
How are we doing with that, baby?
Hey, real quick, let me ask John a question. John, all right, so I was reading on your website, you were talking about the COVID-19 and you blamed it on the Democrats. Why did you blame COVID-19 and how they dealt with it on Democrats?
Well, because my recollection is Nancy Pelosi got on TV in Chinatown and started saying, everything's okay. You don't have to stop the Chinese from coming in. This isn't a China problem. The truth is Dr. Fauci and Dr. Bill Gates cooked up Wuhan virus, which supposedly spread around the globe, a pandemic, scamdemic, and the Pfizer response with a decade-old patent that George W. Bush even was exposed as being a part of. This pandemic was long in the making. Big Pharma has a huge control over our lives. Secretary Kennedy and the Trump administration, head of NIH, he is leading the fight against these untested vaccines that are causing health epidemics and crises throughout America and the world. Africa is the only country with a population growth and doesn't have COVID reappearing all the time because they're not vaccinated like us, we stupid sheep. That Mark Zuckerberg put Dr. Fauci on Facebook every day telling us, you gotta vax up or this pandemic will never end. You all know it's a scam by now. The research is out. It's extremely dangerous to put spike proteins in your body. And Justin Trudeau, the head of Canada, puts his little needle in his arm and says, I got the COVID-19 vaccine and now I got the flu shot, everybody. Wake up, you're sheeple. This is not health. This is not medicine. This is poison. And it's about making money and probably about population control so we can't have children. These are criminals and Bill Gates is a psychopath. This is Candidate John.
The only thing you noticed did by getting that Jew flu shot was make Mr. Sheckelstein rich. You guys are fucking retards.
Oh my God, did you just say Jew flu? I'd like to add something to the conversation. I think I heard somebody say, like, it was because of, they're blaming it all on Democrats. My only question is to you, who was responsible for Operation Warp Speed? So, I mean, in regards to the development of the first COVID vaccines and the acceleration of the process with or without human trial testing, right? So there was only, that didn't happen during a Democratic presidency. That happened towards the end of a Republican presidency. And it's just so happens that president put off signing documentation in regards to COVID for so long, right, that we did not shut down in the way that we needed to, which is why we have higher cases of COVID in comparison to places like Guangzhou, China, and Italy, and things like that, because we didn't do the early shutdown. We waited until months later. And then that very president, under a very Republican presidency, right, left office after Operation Warp Speed.
I don't want to speak your dick. I don't get my Christmas tree.
Yeah, stop it. Yeah, move that Punjabi down.
But I'm done. Yeah, Operation Warp Speed. Who created?
You don't think that was largely?
Why y'all bring him back up? Come on.
You guys don't think
Move
that
that
was
Punjabi down.
You don't think that was like largely public health bureaucrats, like the National Institute of Health, of course the pharma companies, like that was something where everybody got together on to like brainstorm for solutions. So I to say it was like Trump leading the way, it's kind of, I honestly think it would have gone down, the vaccine thing would have gone down the same way, just because Trump had to go along with what the experts could do and what the pharmaceutical companies thought was possible and how quickly they could get the drug trials done.
You know, why do we act like we really just glossed over the fact that they shut the whole world down over this COVID shit, and they mandated the vaccines when it wasn't even approved yet by the FDA. And then there was a lot of people losing their jobs because of this shit.
It was a lot of shit, and we just act like that shit ain't happening.
Yeah, the thing is that the shutdown, like if you look at the trajectory of the shutdowns, right? Other countries like China and Italy, their shutdowns is what caused them to not have a spread of COVID. Them shutting down very early in that year, right? In 2020, they shut down really early. We didn't shut down until like March, and so the thing is that they didn't get the vaccine until we developed the vaccine. The vaccines that are in China and Italy are the same vaccines that we got. Pfizer.
No, China got the Sino. No, they got the Sino. They largely got the Chinese made one that was ineffective.
But when it was ineffective, so when was it? When was that developed, right? And then the round that was effective, what company was that? When was it developed?
At the same time as ours.
Exactly, my love. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So how come they did a shutdown and decreased the cases well before the COVID, before they got the actual? If they gave out the vaccine around the same time as us, but they shut down earlier and had a better response, why did we wait longer to do it and then also rely on the vaccine for a similar response when we could have shut down as early as they could? I know it was an economic thing, right? Not wanting to hinder businesses and the American economy, right, by shutting it down so quickly. But where was the same president who created Operation Warp Speed told us that there were other alternatives for COVID outside of vaccinations, yet we never got it.
Well, I'm saying this. If you remember, one of the first things, this is one of the first things that Trump ended up doing is he ended up stopping flights, particularly from the Wuhan region of China. And of course, what's funny is China stopped internal flights within China or travel back and forth from Wuhan when the outbreak first occurred. Now, what the Democrats ended up doing is, if I recall correctly, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi ended up going into Chinatown and say, this is bullshit, it's xenophobic, how dare Trump, he's racist, not letting these Chinese people fly here. But of course, it was a couple months later that we're like, oh shit. And then this was like political football being played by both sides in front of us. And, I don't, and when it comes to the actual vaccine mandates, it was the left at that point, after Operation Warp Speed, it was the Democrats that were calling for people to get fired if they didn't get the fucking vaccine. So, I mean, I don't know. It's just like,
the logic is not, it's not logicking. It's not logicking. Yeah, it's not logicking. Logicking is not a word, but I'm just saying to be funny. Because you're saying he shut down trips to Wuhan. If you look at what country had the largest demographic of COVID cases, it was America. So shutting down trips to Wuhan when you needed to actually do something amongst the American public, American citizens, right? Because we already had developing cases. The amount of people traveling between the United States and Wuhan is very small. Very, very small. Right.
But what was it? But nobody knew the extent or how deadly the virus was. China was silent on it. If you remember, because you brought it up earlier, I believe, Italy was when it ended up basically wreaking havoc in Italy. That's the first time because they have an open and free press. The world actually got to see how devastating the illness was. We had no idea until Italy, and it was within weeks it ended up just fucking hitting New York City and a lot of places really hard here.
I agree with those sentiments, right? Italy and China had some of the first active, as far as responses to COVID, but they weren't the countries that were devastated the most with COVID. It was the United States, it was India, it was France, it was Germany, it was Brazil. Those were the countries that had the most cases of COVID vaccines, right? It wasn't Italy, it wasn't China. So I understand your sentiment, but what I'm saying is that the policy changes and the shutdown needed to happen as early as Italy and China did, even though they weren't hit hardest with COVID.
Listen, I hate to break the bad news to you, everybody, but the poison is in the vaccine. The COVID-19 virus is not the problem. The vaccine is the problem, everybody. Wake up. Big Pharma is not your friend. Your local congressperson isn't your friend. They want to tax you, they want to kill you, and they want to sterilize you.
What did you say? want you to finish your statement.
Oh, I was just saying that, like, so the original thing was like, okay, one of the gentlemen mentioned Democrats being responsible for the COVID vaccine. My whole point was that the development of the COVID vaccine and the president that pushed the COVID vaccine, right, who helped push it to the public before it was ready, wasn't a Democratic president. It was Trump. It was during Trump's presidency. Now, and even more so, right, if Trump was against the vaccine, if he listened to the people around him, he would have taken the same measures as China and Italy by shutting down earlier. He put it off for so long, the shutdown. We shut down last. Then the vaccine and all of that stuff. He waited until the end of his presidency to sign documentation in regards to Operation Warp Speed, and then he didn't. That's why it looks like Democrats are responsible for it, but it's not. They're not. They're one and the same point. Trump only signed and set up what Biden orchestrated. Simply. That's it.
It's not about Republicans or Democrats. It's about big pharma making trillions. The HEROES Act, the CARES Act, these are multi-trillion HR acts that all Republicans and all Democrats voted for simultaneously with no hesitation, because big pharma has 10 lobbyists of every congressperson's bumhole, and that's how things get done in DC. It's a huge scam. Many of you on this app are actual participants and profiteers from COVID-19. Not just the triple P loans, but I'm talking there are some fugazi doctors on this app. And we all know Dr. Copeland, that hardcore American hero, that army superhero.
Wait. We don't speak on people. I have to rip Dr. Copeland in, and then I will allow him to debate you. But,
Watch it now.
What's Dr. Copeland, John?
He's a low IQ chiropractor running around Afghanistan giving poison to his fellow soldiers. He's no patriot. He's a fugazi doctor, and I challenge him to a debate.
Who's a chiropractor? I got Dr. Copeland's number. I ain't gonna lie. If you beat Dr. Copeland in the debate, bro, I'm done ATO campaign.
Hold on.
He's undefeated. He's undefeated in debates.
Copeland is not a chiropractor. He's a geneticist. So let's not have. He can be both.
He's being funny. Like, we didn't have to get the correction. We know what he is.
No, we gotta get.
John is being funny.
Let's correct. People don't know. Yeah. People don't know. A lot of people probably don't know Dr. Copeland. So
yeah, he's not a medical doctor. He's a PhD. He's a geneticist. He's not a medical doctor. Whatever like gripe you have with him, don't present it with misinformation.
Oh, it ain't misinformation. He's a bullshitter.
Get Dr. Copeland in here, Lou.
I'm texting him right now. Hold on.
He's a geneticist. But in any case, let me ask this question real quick, y'all, before you go. It's just a question anyone can answer. Does anyone know what the hesitancy rate was among Black Americans towards the vaccine?
I'm pretty sure it was super high.
Yeah, it was super high.
I'm pretty sure like 80%.
No, it wasn't that high, but it was very high, like something like 60%. But in any case, why do you think Black Americans are willing to vote for the party that was like doing everything they could to make the vaccine mandated when so many Black Americans was against the mandate? Like, how do we connect those two?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Why do you think so many Black Americans align themselves with the political party, namely Democrats, okay, that was attempting to make the vaccine mandated, okay, when so many Black Americans were actually against the mandate?
Politics, there's a shift, there's a reorganizing of American politics right now where Black people are systematically moving towards Republican. So that statement is that us voting Democratic is historical, but it's not current, because there is definitely a shift that's happening, and it's happened about 6 times when they shift us from Democrat, Republican, right? But it is so. I think that question is interesting, but I don't think it aligns with the current politics that we're having.
I would agree with you. Let me respond to her for a second. Yeah, I would agree with you. There is a shift that
that's transpiring in the U.S. since the pandemic. So I would agree with you, but I'm just speaking in general that party that was targeting blacks and that was really advocating for the mandate, and not only advocating for the mandate, but was advocating for the exclusion from societal norms if you refuse to get vaccinated. That's the party that did that. That's their motto. Okay, that's how they operate. You know, they deem themselves liberal, but they only respect a certain type of liberty. But when it came to things like that vaccine, they were real demanding upon that.
I mean, compartmentalizing is something that I've noticed, we're good at, not just black people, but America, like big compartmentalizing, being able to put certain things in a box and be able to just cherry pick off certain things. So, I mean, there's a plethora of reasons why they would continue to vote for a party that they were in opposition to when it came to the COVID vaccination. I mean, some people could call it herd mentality. Some people could just, it could just be being out of habit. But I agree with Melissa said, there is a shift happening, and the shift is different now, I would say, because they're not moving anything. The mindsets of Black Americans are changing. So we're now not dealing with just people shifting because they're being, radicalized, or they're being fed propaganda to follow. They're actually having these critical conversations and changing their mindsets and how they look at politics and how they discuss them, even on a micro level. So that shift is happening, more now than ever, for sure, for the right reason, I would say.
Yeah, and I think it should be a policy-based shift versus just.
Look at the quote that I just put in the chat from George Orwell. It says, it was always the women, and above all the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party, the swallowers of the slogans.
Like, you just keep different while somebody's talking.
Autism and
Wait, Yoshi, Zara is your twin sister, for real?
That's my twin, man.
Hey, twin. Hi, everyone.
What's up?
She ain't your twin, boy. How you doing, Queen?
Zara's not Muslim and Jewish, but hey.
Oh, that's really your sister. Wait, why I say it says Torah out the dark. Okay, my bad.
That's a friend of mine.
That's a friend of ours.
Wait, are you American?
Yes, I'm American.
Where are your grandparents from?
My grandma. My grandma was born in the DR. Her grandma was born in Portugal. Her mom was born in Israel. My dad was born. My dad, as far as I can go back in his side, Black American.
Wait, she really your sister, bro, or are you joking? Because I don't know you to be a liar.
Oh, you'd be so confused. You can have a phone.
Is this really your sister? Because I don't know you.
That's a maternal sister or spiritual sister?
That's my spiritual twin.
Sister.
Intellectual, spiritual.
Is she a good debater like you, or?
Man, don't put that on that nigga.
I think watch your mouth, company.
Y'all know he hate niggas, bro. Come on, bro.
I'm not supposed to remember everything, bro.
Well, you better remember that.
I won't call you a nigga. There you go.
All right.
Nigga, nigga. That was a joke.
Go play it. I'm going to blindfold on. Don't play with me.
It was a joke, bro. Stop being so self-righteous.
Okay, nah. I'm just right. Okay? Now, so in any case, look, as far as her debating skills, she's beaten me in a debate once, so that says a lot.
I am surprised.
Oh, that's easy.
Totally on that.
She beat you on what? Wait, what? How she? Was it anything to do with the Torah, or?
Yeah.
We don't talk about it.
Dang, y'all
we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. We agreed. We shook hands. We hugged. All that stuff. But I just mentioned it. Yeah.
Excellent. The Black American excellence.
Very knowledgeable, fact-based, a plethora of knowledge or a plethora of subject matters. Let's put it that way.
I want to give a shout out to Lou. Lou, I want to thank you, brother, for being an inspiration and a reminder to fast. I did 4
Did you do it?
days last week.
Oh my
Shit
God.
was phenomenal. It's hot, bro. It's hot. I was talking to my mama about it today.
That shit was tough, huh, bro?
Phenomenal. Yeah, it's tough, but it's so worth it, bro.
Bro, it's like you a new person, bro.
Oh my God.
It's like you a new person. Wait, so did I inspire you to do that, brother?
Bro, I've always done it. Like once a week when I'm really stressed out. Obviously you don't want to eat when you're really stressed out. But you did inspire me because you brought me back to it when you told me about the 7 days, 14 pounds. You did talk about that months ago. You talked about that a couple of weeks ago. And I was like, look at this nigga. I think I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try and see what I can do.
It was probably one of the toughest things I ever did. 7 days, all water. I didn't do no electrolytes, nothing. Just straight water. But you gotta get a specific water. You gotta get a specific. You gotta get the Mountain Dew water, the Mountain spring water. Yeah, the Mountain Dew spring water from Whole Foods, because I tried to do it another time and it was just regular bottled water and shit, and I was struggling. So you gotta get a specific type of water.
Mineralized. You know what I do? You know what I do? When I struggled on day 1 and 2, I just go home. I'm on the street.
Mountain Valley, that's what happened. Yes. See, and I was active. I was moving around. See, day 4 is the hardest day. That's crazy. That's when you stop. That was my hardest day. Because the first 2 days was smooth. Day 3 was. I'm at the sports book right now.
I did it for like 4 days. I'm not gonna lie. That if you stay busy, like if you keep a busy schedule, shit, you get up in the morning. By the time you get home, you be too tired to eat. Like I did it for like a good 4 or 5 days, and I was like, nah. It's time to eat. I'm fucking hungry out this motherfucker.
Yeah, bro. That 4 or 5 days is no, when you hungry, that's when you drink hella water. You gotta drink water.
You're gonna be in the bathroom like every 5 minutes. You know,
I hate to bring up y'all kumbaya, but after I'm sorry, Mike. after the fast, I would like to suggest, if you want to live your absolute best life, get at least 2, maybe 4 cups of raw fruits and vegetables in your diet every day. Like eliminate lunch.
You shouldn't even eat dinner after. You gotta slowly. You gotta eat fruits or like some small like portions, and then like over a few days, then you eat like a dinner. You don't eat dinner as soon as you break the fast.
Yeah. So when you're coming off the fast, no, you're 100%, 1,000% right. You should definitely start slowly and start with like the food that has the most water intake, which is going to be fruits and then leafy greens, and then like your more cellulose having greens like cucumbers, celery, and things like that. And then you work your way towards. So you're set. Cucumbers, celery. The thing is that the difference between them and leafy greens is that they have a lot more cellulose, right? So that's fiber. So that fiber is tougher to digest, right? So when you're looking at fruits and vegetables, you want to eat your food. Now, it's not going to be perfect every day, but you do want to eat according to density, right? And so you want to eat the foods that have the most water in them first, right? And then towards the end of the day, so you might actually put your cucumbers and your celery with your fruits and things like that, right? But towards the end of the day, which is the most common state, that's when you have your heavier foods. If you're a meat eater, you have your meats, you have your grains, your legumes, which is like your chickpeas and your black beans and your things like that, nuts, seeds. And it's crazy because I've been in the fitness world for over a decade now, and we've been taught to do it the opposite, like eat your heaviest meal at breakfast, right? But it's strange when you eat according to density, and I don't know who you guys follow, but I do follow a lot of like raw vegan people who mention eating with the sun and eating according to density. And you don't have to necessarily eat meat at night, but it's the one myth that I've realized, right, is that they say don't eat at night, don't eat at night, don't eat at night. I'm gonna give you a publisher. I eat at night. I eat whatever the fuck I want to eat. I eat when I'm hungry, right? But I do fast. But most of the people that I've seen in my career, right, and I deal with people who
from a governmental perspective, we have to fast because we're $38 trillion in debt, ladies and gentlemen. And most people in this room, only 3% of you read books.
Information for your campaign.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie, I like John. Put one in the chat for John, man. See what John, hey, man, he campaign. Someone told y'all Republican, he Republican, y'all got triggered, man. John campaigning, man. I fuck with John.
He was a libertarian. He just keeps going.
Can I cool it out a little bit more?
One thing I was going to say about the individual who spoke earlier, I didn't realize that celery, eat too much or drink too much of the juice, it has nitrates in it. And the nitrates can actually, when they mix with certain elements in your stomach, percentages. So it's something to keep in mind. Just like nightshade plants, you have to be very mindful of how much of those you consume.
So for me, day 1 and day 2 were the most difficult. Day 3 was easy. Day 4 was easy. And then when I got into day 5, I just kept getting consumed with food porn. And I was like, yo, I was pretty tired. So I was like, yo, I'm gonna go back to fucking eating. I don't want to do this no more. But I am excited to do it again this week. So if there's anybody who want to take the challenge, offer that challenge to do the 7-day fast. If anybody want to start it on Monday, Mike, you down for it?
I ain't gonna lie, your vibe been different. Your vibe been different too. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Some good black women
I still got the same niggeristic vibe. I do feel better psychologically, spiritually, physically. It's awesome, bro. I encourage everybody to do it, bro. It's amazing. Thank you, Mike.
Hey, God, what?
One thing I will say, though, like, one thing I will say is,
The guy agrees.
7 days or 14 days, whatever, once you get to that point, one thing that I hated about that was that, like, wait, you did 14 days? Yeah, me and my brother, we did 28. Oh, you did not? So you're good. Yeah. I remember you told us we were too. Yeah, the only one we did it with Rob Banks, like 2013, and that was my introduction to Rob Banks. So I appreciate you too, but that was my introduction to it, and he taught me everything. We started out with spring work, and then after like day 5 or 6, I was explaining to him like I was fatigued as hell. So we put like maybe a couple tablespoons of Himalayan salt in my water just a few electrolytes. He didn't eat any of that because he'd been doing it for a minute. But eventually, the only thing I will say after day like number 14 or 15, it's hard to keep like your breath smelling fresh during a whole day. I mean, you're not.
Your stomach will start coming out.
No, 100%. Like your body is literally flushing everything out, even in the form of an odor too as well. And that's the only thing that I hated. So even if you had like a pack of gum right next to you, you had to brush your teeth like maybe 4 or 5 times a day, you still couldn't really keep that odor away. So that was the only challenge. After day number 21, it will never resurface. I couldn't be caught for foods.
Like I said, my breath is
21 days. 28. That's you just ain't gonna lie. How much weight did you lose? I'm not sure. I was really going for weight loss, but I would say probably I lost weight about 60 pounds. 60?
how many days?
I lost 28 days. I lost 14 or 12. I don't remember. I lost 14 pounds.
You lost
You know, the government shutdown is a lot like a fast. It's a stress test to the system. And guess what? Nothing's changed, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my God. 2.5 pounds a day is insane. It's really bad. 2 pounds a day is actually normal. See, the scam is these gym memberships. All you have to do is just fast and eat, keep it just protein and fruits and vegetables, and you lose 1.5 pounds a day, literally. How much weight you want to lose, and then weight you're losing, because you start to lose fat, you lose muscle mass, you lose water, right? So 2 pounds a day, 2 pounds a day, yeah, your body's basically burning the fat. It's burning the fat. That's normal, yeah. That's
like 2 pounds for me. But did anyone else who did it today actually like have a lot of like lucid dreams?
I got a spiritual way from you, man. I got like baptized.
I had a few interesting dreams, but it took a minute to kind of recall any of them. It was so long ago.
But Sean, you need to do it if you're worried about the benefits. You should definitely.
No, I've done it.
Okay, cool.
Oh, multiple times. Yeah.
I think it should be something that people can collect.
The last time I did it for 7 days was about 11 months ago, and I considered myself as separating. I don't know. I had some kind of separation of the ego experience. Like I really went real deep. Like I was on some.
I was gonna ask that, Sean. Anybody who's had I was gonna ask that anybody who's done it for over 28 days or for an extended period of time, how was your spiritual life?
Oh, it was amazing. To be honest with you, like I said, we're gonna open up a totally different room because I'll pull over and really just take a deep dive for you guys.
What day did it kick in?
Like after day number 14 or 15. I mean, that whole period of my life, though, like losing my mom and all that. I mean, I was already spiritually like going through some shit. So, but it was legendary. I ain't gonna hold you. Like, I'm totally different.
28 days. Wait, so you and your brother did 28, or just one of y'all?
All of my brothers. Like, it was three. All three of us did 28 days.
Damn.
That's beautiful. What faith do you subscribe to, if at all?
I attempt to practice Christianity. But it's some kind of work. I'm not work.
Damn, 28 is legendary. Wait, so, because I know you're not, so your first time doing a fast, you did 28 days? Because that's totally different than doing fast and fucking up in the past and then doing 28 days. So you did 28 days your first time?
Yeah, bro. They was on both my brothers. They was on, bro. Like, they was on top of me, bro.
Nah, you different, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You a different breed. Because my brother put me on the fastest stuff. He be doing it all the time. And he got inspired by some dude, I think it was a prankster on fucking TikTok. I guess he did 30 days straight. So he did 7 days. He didn't do it the first time. His first time doing it, he only did 2 days. Second time he did 4 days. Third time, so it took him to like 6 times doing it to complete the whole 7. I did the 7 the first time I did it. But that shit was hard as hell. Because I was playing basketball. I was at 24 Hour Fitness. Hooping on the 5th day, like tripping.
I'm gonna tell you what, the one thing I will
say. What kind of fast are y'all talking about? Y'all talking about all water?
Yeah, all water.
Oh, no. Well, I'm a periodic faster myself. I've been doing it over the years. And the best fast that I go on is the green juice fast, consisting of kale, beets, celery, carrots, right? I drink that. Then I drink rosehip tea, green tea, and I drink water. And by the 3rd day, I'm in the euphoric state.
Abby, what's up?
That euphoric stage is the most beautiful stage of the fast. I did a 21-day fast like that, and all my anxiety was gone. I felt like there was nothing going on in my life that affected me. I felt like my energy was like in another zone space. It's a very powerful place to be. The clarity, the sleep, you sleep deep, your dreams are crisp and clear. You wake up energized all day. You feel light. You feel like you're above, like you one with the universe, man. It's just a powerful thing.
Facts.
Yeah, I think. And on top of that, man, bro, like I just.
Why don't American mainstream never preach fasting to like the masses? I don't get it.
It's always on the fast, bro.
I
Hold on. Look, let me ask you a question.
Powerful.
Why would America promote something that would literally cause them to not have as much health issues, not have as much stupidity, and not have as much violence? That was like literally a recipe for fucking destruction of America itself. Less sick people, less people fucking crashing out because they're actually in tune with their crown and they're in tune with what they're eating and how they're living. Like, that's not what America's for. America's for Republicans. That's how it survives. Don't say that. Let's be honest. If America didn't have sickness, crime, and poverty, most of their GDP we would disappear. You gotta think about it. The courts, the police, the insurance companies, the doctors. Like, if we didn't have the sickness, the poverty, and the crime, then America really would not be as much of a giant as it is. That's what they make a lot of their money off of. I hate to say it.
Can I say something real quick? Can I say something?
Yeah, but you have to be careful with fasting because, so say you don't know your vitamin levels, right? So you go into a fast and you haven't done an assessment of your nutritional level, right? You could be deficient partially in some areas that you go on a fast and further deficient because you can cause harm with fasting because you can't play with that. You have to take some salts. Well, what I'm saying is that I just
Literally die fasting and you don't know what you're doing and you gotta heavily exert yourself to really
This is in the same vein as what Mike was saying about America and how they, promote a particular system. And I have a theory, since we're like talking about this, I have a theory that how we're not as violent as they like to report and show us and make us think that we are. I have a theory that we are not as unhealthy or sick as they would like to make us believe. You ever notice that everything you got to worry about this, about that, about this, you do this, about that, you got to do this, about that. And you're like, oh, what? How can I survive? I got to go to the doctor. The doctor got to give me the drugs or else I'm going to fucking die. And I swear, I don't believe that we're that sick. And I think fasting is definitely a healing process. And to hear somebody who's down in it. Anyway, fasting is definitely a healing process, both psychologically and physically and spiritually. And when I hear people say, don't fast, I say, okay, but God said to fast. So which one do I believe? Your fear about some mineral deficiency, or I believe in what God said. And if I go home, I'm going home. It is what it is. I said, Lord, I was fasting. You told me to fast, so I'm here for that.
I think
the reality is though is a lot of them, and they do have a shit ton of, first of all, the amount of sugar some people have, and of course everybody's metabolism is a lot different. I mean, we have no doubt, just by the sheer number of obese people we have in this country, we are a pretty sick country. Our ancestors were not used to having this much sugary and fat-filled fucking foods constantly around. Like, they literally had to fight to eat. Literally, they fight really hard to find food. That is, and it's a lot.
Like they had to scavenge.
Yeah, they had to hunt. They had to scavenge. They didn't have refrigerators. They didn't have preservatives. You couldn't just like keep shit in a shelf. And it's the way we have it today. Is not how our ancestors went through hundreds of thousands of years to survive.
I think that America makes all their money off of ignorant people. People are just ignorant and they're uninformed. And like John said, they do not read. Even when it comes to this election, even when it comes to what's actually happening, even with the government shutdown, all the facts have been presented and people are still screaming and hollering at Donald Trump. I personally, I have to I don't know. It's just something where smart people just end up just shutting the fuck up because it has way more to do with Donald Trump. It has to do with the Democrats not doing what they're supposed to do on their side. They denied opening it up 15 times, but we don't want to talk about that fact. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just stupid. It's stupid. People. America makes money off of ignorant fucking people who don't know shit, and they just wait for someone to tell them where to go, what to do. They take people's sound bites, and then they just reiterate what they heard. And we all have access to information. It's the age of information. And the same thing happened with COVID. Shout out to everybody who did not get the goddamn shot. I remember being in those doctors' rooms on Clubhouse fucking 5 years ago, literally having the conversations about the fact that spike protein will kill your immune system. Okay? I mean, you can have logical conversations about this, because if they put a spike protein in your body and your body cannot, your immune system is no longer working naturally, then you cannot even create the antibodies. You can't create it to become immune to it, and your body can no longer naturally fight what you need to fight. Okay? All the information was there. On the CDC, they told you there was 23 possible fucking ways that the COVID vaccine could affect you. 5 of them literally resulted in death. One was a stroke. Myocarditis and pericarditis is what we see now. What's happening right now, where people are having all these heart attacks and these strokes because they have inflammation around their heart. Okay? So now would be the time where you would actually see the people dying from taking that jab. Okay? They also told you to get a blood clot. They also said you could, it was one of the things, myocarditis, pericarditis, stroke, blood clot, and death. Death was actually one of the shits on the CDC. Like, they literally wrote it on the website, all the different ways that this shit could fuck you up. So people with common sense, right? People who read, people who have intelligence was like, damn, if there's 23 possible outcomes, and 5 of those outcomes means that I have a higher chance of dying between now getting the jab in 5 years to 10 years plus, because again, they didn't have the data to show what these vaccines were going to do. That was another thing that people with common sense were saying. They're like, you know what? We don't have any data. We don't, usually when a vaccine gets passed, you have a good 10 to 15 years of trial error before they put it in the CDC. So, I have something in my mouth, guys. That's what something on the list. But I'm saying all this to say is, if we logically think, use our common sense, and read, you can be informed. And when you're not informed, this is why the country turns into the things that it turns to, because everyone's just listening to sound bites instead of reading. But I'll land.
So are you saying that the vaccine was not, okay, there is an elevated risk with certain, especially with younger males, last time I checked, with getting the shot, but especially when it comes to like people 50 and above or comorbidities, I've never seen anything that showed anything other than that your risk of a severe complications to the illness. In other words, you would be far more likely to die or suffer severe complications of COVID if you got it than you would of the vaccine. So for a lot of people, it was the best option was to get the
So this is the thing. This is the thing. So one second. If you have comorbidities, right? If you have different things going on, of course you're going to be a higher risk, right? But there are still ways that you should deal with things. For instance, if you are sick, you're not supposed to be laying down in bed. You're not supposed to be on your back. You know, when you're sick, you're supposed to be sitting up, because that's where fluid and all those things.
But I was asking, are you saying that people that, let's say you're 60 years old and you have type 1 diabetes, are you saying that those people should not get the vaccine?
That's not what she said.
I'm asking her.
Okay, what I'm saying is
it's a comprehension issue at this point.
I'm asking her, not you.
What I'm saying is this. For them to try to scare the country to say that it needs to be mandated, and for them, the doctors, to be going around telling people that if they didn't get the vaccine, they were going to die. Okay? This was the verbiage that was coming out at the time. You're gonna die if you don't get it. You gotta get the vaccine so that you won't get COVID. That was the language that they were saying. So people who were actually reading and actually looking at what the CDC was posting said, hey, if these are 23 possible outcomes, and and I am a healthy individual, and if I don't have morbidities, and I'm just trying to recover, I have a 93% chance of living, and I will actually become immune to COVID if I catch it. Okay, because now my body can build those antibodies. It can build that, and then we can kind of like level it out. But if you have a spike protein that's fighting for you, your immune system is being broken down. Okay, you're no longer using your natural body-given ability to fight something. So these are
conversations. You can still fight infections. You can still fight infections and illnesses.
You're not understanding. You're not understanding. You're not. Hold on. You're not gonna cut me off. You're gonna wait till I fucking finish talking.
All right. Well, you're ignorant.
When I go, you're ignorant. You're ignorant, and that's what we because everybody else understood what she said, and you went and asked her what she said. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Go on mute. Okay. Like I said.
What is your highest level of?
Okay, nigga. Let me not just move you down because you can talk after I'll bring you back up. But I'm not about to argue with you about something that we all can see has happened. We're actually at the end result of this right now. Okay, that's what happened. You didn't have to get the COVID vaccine, and then they made it a mandate just for them to not make it a mandate in November when the Supreme Court passed the ruling. So a lot of people lost their jobs for no fucking reason. Some of them got them back, but some people had to start their career all over again. That's what I'm saying. And even like listening to people, I don't know, just we are cooked. We're cooked. If you are not informed, if you are not, if you don't take the time to actually read what is out here and available for you, then there's no point in even having these conversations. That's the reason why I just go on mute, because some of y'all are just lost. Not everybody.
Well, yeah, some people have buyer's remorse. Some people took the Pfizer. Some people took Moderna, J&J, and they have buyer's remorse, and they want to defend their infection. They want to defend the genetic damage they've done to their body and to their immune system. They have buyer's remorse.
So I just want to say this. I agree with some of what you said in terms of people not reading and knowing their rights, because when COVID came, I never subscribed to vaccination, but when COVID came and I was working somewhere where, this is my career, they were definitely trying to fire people. And as soon as they sent that email, I went up and took up a religious exemption. And I have it everywhere I go. No matter where I go, I have a religious exemption. As soon as, and I'm not saying that this is you don't need to be educated with what's going on with COVID to have your own biases when it comes to not getting vaccinations. So I don't think it's just about people being miseducated. I know a lot of people who were educated and they still got a vaccination. So I don't think you can just say these people aren't reading. That's just not true. Some people have made their decisions based upon other things that we can't really quantify. And then the other thing is, I don't really want to talk about COVID vaccinations because I'm not a doctor. I'm not a biologist. I don't study viruses or anything like that. I'm not an epidemiologist either. But I do want to know, do people actually feel secure when it comes to, getting those vaccinations and how they're getting them? Because, your job would be quick to offer them to you, or your pediatrician, I'm not your pediatrician, your primary.
Well, the pediatricians are putting 75 injections in little babies by the time they're 3 years old. We have a big pharma problem in this country, Mike.
Please don't cut me off. So, how do you guys feel about the way that they marketed the COVID vaccine when it came to employment?
This message brought to you by Pfizer.
What the fuck is wrong with this guy, bro?
Get this fucking trick out of here.
This is sick. Y'all just bring anybody on the stage. Y'all not even paying attention. To answer your question about the job, I can't remember specifically, but I know that if you didn't have over 100 employees, they had the option to get tested every week. They should have had the option. Every business didn't have the same thing, but a lot of businesses did not tell their employees. That's the problem. You had to have a certain amount of employees, and if you had a certain amount, then you could. If you had too many, they could either get tested every week, or and they didn't have. The more people, it wasn't necessarily mandated. The jobs did not tell people.
And one more thing on top of that, one of the ways that they marketed
which I hated at the time. You would have believed that it was structured. The vaccine itself was structured to prevent the spread of it, which is technically not how it was designed. It wasn't designed to prevent any spread of it. It was really just designed to, to protect you as an individual. Me at the time, I felt pretty healthy, so I wasn't really nervous about getting it. And also, I wasn't social at that moment because I was locked down, so I went ahead and forego, getting any type of vaccination. But at that time, I was also dating a professor, and she felt some type of way that I didn't get the vaccine, and and her position was, we're trying to help everybody, we're trying to save everybody, we want to make sure that we protect our elders and all that. But if it doesn't prevent the spread of it, then why should I get it? If the vaccine was designed to prevent the spread of it, then I absolutely would sign up, even if I didn't feel like I needed it for my own protection, just to protect the community. But it wasn't designed that way, so the messaging just wasn't aligned with that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was.
I actually like that. Go ahead, Leroy. I'm sorry.
It was said that the purpose of it was to shorten your COVID time so that you would have less people out there to spread. So there's two windows. There's a short window to keep you from having it for 7 days or 14 days. So it's supposed to be shorten the time. And then when you first get the vaccine, you have like a certain amount of time, even after you get it, where your window of spreading it is still there. So it was never it's just that window that they promised that would shorten the time that you would have COVID instead of 14.
Leroy, that's been proven not to be true. You might as well call this the BlackRock injection, because this created trillions of dollars in debt.
Let him finish.
Let me land. So that was the idea. I'm not promoting it at all. I'm saying that was the idea of how they hope that they would lessen the spread.
But you know what was tricky about the whole COVID situation was the whole asymptomatic, the little gray area the diagnosis that you get where you were asymptomatic, you didn't feel any symptoms, but you still, could be diagnosed with COVID and feel totally fine. That part right there, and you paired it up with the vaccine and those talking points. I mean, shit, you generate a tolerated.
There was a prison in Ohio that almost all of the inmates got it, but it was like something like 98 or 99% of the men were asymptomatic, so you would have had no fucking idea that all of these people.
First of all, it's not a vaccine. It's a gene therapy injection. It's got nothing to do with vaccination. Let's be honest. This was a poison, a weapon, a biological weapon deployed against the American people. The sheeple will stand up, take their sheeple clothing off, and become wolves against Fauci and Gates. These people are liars and domestic terrorists, and they are financial criminals. All of your Congress people who voted for the HEROES Act and the CARES Act were deceived, or they knew what they were doing. Either way, it's malfeasance. There's horrible fiduciary responsibilities going on. They are violating our laws. They are violating our sacred trust as patriots, Americans, and we have to stand up and never forget the COVID-19 vaccine injuries and the lies, propaganda, and misinformation that even people on this app, like Dr. Copeland and criminals like that, came on here and wasted your effing time with their bullshit.
The reality, there's not one medical expert up here, and you guys are all talking about this shit. I mean, dude, that's the problem with social media. You have fucking retards and smooth brains, people that have zero business talking about fucking vaccines, giving really strong opinions about it. That's why I barely ever talked about this kind of shit. Because, I mean, quite frankly, I know my fucking range, and I also can tell your guys' range. I've heard some really fucking stupid people up on this stage go on and on talking about the fucking vaccine when they have zero fucking business to do it.
Meanwhile, if you want to talk about the N-word,
you're in the same camp.
if you want to talk
That's
about
why I'm not talking about it.
Jewish people evaluate what they're saying.
We're literally just talking about it.
You know, yes, but everything I pointed out was everything. I was pointing out everything. I was pointing out how all of the evidence was pointing against what she was saying.
can you speak up a little bit? I can't hear you.
to.
But the experts were saying totally different what she was saying.
How do you know you're not being lied to?
Oh, bro, yes, I'm listening to some fucking retard without a medical degree tell me that she's right. All right.
Yeah, you just opened the door to being lied to. You're a willful, gullible person. Got it. You said I'm too dumb to evaluate it. You're too dumb to evaluate it, but I'm gonna trust them. You just put yourself in a fucking serfdom. You're a fucking
Nobody here has the capability to really have to be able to discern whether or not the shit you're saying.
No one here can have an opinion because Pepe's telling you can't have an opinion about the COVID-19 vaccines. You can't just be, nobody here's a doctor, and Dr. Copeland isn't even here. So listen to Pepe, the brain-damaged boxer who uses the N-word 100 times a day on here. He's got the N-word Tourette syndrome. Pepe needs a big pharma pill for his N-word Tourette syndrome.
Guys, can you speak up a little bit? I can't really hear what you guys are saying.
And this here is why.
I got back and y'all got this bitch to UFC. Let's continue. Hey, John, how you feel about Pepe? People like Pepe. And how can you get the black community to vote for you, brother? Because I like you, brother.
Vote for John.
Yeah, vote for candidate John Kitover in the 16th district. And if you'll let me pin a link for donations in your room, I'll pin the link. But guys like Pepe who come on here and gaslight and use microaggressions and use the N-word 100 times a day on this app, they need a big pharma pill to treat their N-word Tourette syndrome. He is a low IQ boxer who has had his head bashed in 100 times, and he comes on here to fulfill the void in his life. He comes on here and says he's suicidal. He doesn't even care if he dies. The man is a low IQ gnat. He's got the IQ of a gnat fly, and everyone here should disregard him for being a low IQ schmuck. I am complete.
Respond?
Yeah, you know, he can go back to doing yoga in his shit-stained underwear where he came from, and live streaming every one of my fucking rooms, which is what he does. He spends all day live streaming. Show a picture of all of the phones that you have set up in your place right now. He literally has like 30 or 40 phones where he streams to all of the different platforms. And so he's streaming this room to other rooms on Clubhouse as well as on his YouTube channels. I'll even post the live YouTube channel if you want. This is what he does. He's weird. Dead serious.
Boy, John, you need to be donating to me. I shouldn't be donating to you, motherfucker. How you using my room to get some YouTube? Is this true, brother? Because I don't want him to fake accuse you of something that you're not doing.
Listen, I'm in the media business. I'm a filmmaker, a politician, a musician, an artist. Pepe is a brain-damaged gnatfly monkey. He uses the N-word 100 times a day here on this app, ladies and gentlemen. Don't believe Pepe, believe yourself. Pepe is a loser, a low IQ gnatfly who uses the N-word 100 times a day on this app. You all know it. For years, he's been gaslighting you with racist rooms using the N-word, the K-word, the C-word, the J-word. The guy is a low IQ prize-fighting boxer, a Clubhouse zero, a real-world hero, Pepe.
John might get invited to the cookout. He can hold it on.
YouTube right now, just search John Kitover on YouTube. We literally have several live rooms right now.
You get a plate, like you get a plate.
Hey,
John, I'll ask you a question. John, you there? John, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Listen, Clubhouse is a roast app, and thanks for the barbecue plate. I'd like a couple more ribs and some coleslaw. Again, Pepe's a brain-damaged Tourette N-word syndrome sufferer who's a low IQ gnatfly who comes from neo-Nazi Discord rooms. He's a racist, a Nazi, and he's a low IQ piece of human garbage.
You said you're a musician. Can you sing or rap, whatever talent that you have in the music business?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Let me play for you the Chinese flute, and then I'll sing for you Frank Sinatra's Chicago.
mic? Is it me or just Mike?
It's his mic. It's really
yeah, it's your mic. John, start over. I swear to God, it sounded hella good at first, but your mic went out. Start over, brother, and then sing.
All right, I'll sing for you, Frank Sinatra, Chicago. This is my go-to karaoke song. Got it. Wi-Fi is on. This is Frank Sinatra, 1929 Chicago, remaster dedicated to the brain-damaged gnat monkey fly and N-word Tourette syndrome sufferer Pepe, the clubhouse troll and gaslighter and low IQ prize fighter who had his brain bashed in and has a TBI and uses the N-word all day long on Clubhouse. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, a homicidal sociopath. Okay, this is Frank Sinatra, Chicago. Here we go. A one, a two, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Chicago, Chicago, that toddling town, Chicago, Chicago. I will show you around. I love it. Bet your bottom dollar you lose the blues in Chicago, Chicago, the town that Billy Sunday could not shut down. On State Street, that great street, I just want to say, they do things that they never do in Broadway. Say, I saw a man and he danced with his wife. They had the time of their life in Chicago, Chicago, my hometown.
That's a bunch of thank you. Me personally, I like that shit was butt cheeks, but I like you, buddy. I'll go for it, 1,000%. Okay, that was good. Shout out to wait, John. So what's your ethnicity?
My father is Jewish and he's from Ukraine or Russia, and my mother is gorgeous and she's German and English.
Gorgeous. I like that.
I want to say John is very annoying, but we just saw him stand up against anti-negrotism, and I have to commend him for that, and we got to look out for him.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. I like you, bro. Me personally, brother, we can get, you can, yeah, brother, I'm gonna partner up with you. I might join your campaign, brother. You want me over?
Yeah, the Roger Mayhem, who's on this app, he said one day we were going to do a room together, and he must be a prophet because we're doing it right now.
Yeah, all right. But next time when you come to my room, don't let me know if you want to stream my room before you do it. Don't just stream my room without asking me, brother. All right? Let's break bread with each other. How we show love in America is we break bread with each other. We don't use each other. All right?
Bullshit, we don't go to your dirty ass barbecues. The fuck you talking about?
Fuck out of here. I can't. It's a lot on there. Anyways, but yeah, that pandemic, bro, was the craziest shit. I think that was probably the craziest time in American history, bro. And the fact that we just gloss over the fact that they shut the whole, not just the United States down. When I was at the time, when I seen that when the lights were off, I knew it was some wild shit going on. And the fact that they put mandates on niggas, and y'all remember Kyrie Irving crazy and how he's a nutcase and he's an idiot for him not wanting to take that vaccine. And then all of the stuff that people found out now about the vaccine is not what they told us when they initially told us to take it. There was a lot of crazy shit going on out there in the streets. Say what you want, a plate without saying you want a plate. Kick the plate, John. Oh, they liking John in the chat. John, you're American. You're an IDB legend now, man. They liking you here. All right. So I'm supposed to be doing this room with South Africans on TikTok. This is gonna be my first room. I'm gonna be a host in their space, and then I'm gonna do my debut with them. They had a room the other day. They had like 700 people in there. I went in there not the other day, like 2 weeks ago. I went in there and they like, you are brilliant.
Don't play, John.
So they ended up liking me.
Don't play Pepe.
And between Black Americans and Black South Africans. Man, it's kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie. The type of shit that they talk about, they political. Cause all right, so they got a hold on real quick. All right, so let me break this down. All right, so there's two major parties in you know, wait, I'm trying to wait for my food to come. Give me a sec. All right, my bad. So there's two major parties in South Africa, right? So the one party is the African National.
We crushed it. This was like my best podcast event ever, maybe. This one should be platinum gold. Nobody wanted to watch it, but we did it. We finally made the Lou Fact Show. Look, hi. Mazal tov.
That's the party that ended apartheid, right?
We bono shalom to Lou Facts for bringing out the facts.
So similar to when we used to vote Republican back in the day because it was the party of Lincoln ended
Bing, bing.
slavery. So
Bong, bong. Bing, bing. Bong, bong.
Party all the way up to the 60s. And then Democratic Party is a part of civil rights. So Black Americans have been voting Democrat ever since, right? So it's similar. So the African National Congress Party is the party of
Ding, ding. Bong, bong.
They're, the LGBTQ, transgender, Pan-Africanism. It's the party that Black South Africa. So, Julius Malimba, what's his name? Julius Malimba. I think that's his name. Is that his name? I don't know. But anyway, so a lot of Black South Africans are kind of sick and tired. I'm just giving you all the context before we go over there. A lot of Black South Africans start to realize that immigration and Pan-Africanism has been weaponized against them, and it created a buffer class, right? So most people that started to migrate to South Africa happened after apartheid ended, right? It's like most of the Africans, most of the immigrants, they didn't come there. They wasn't there during apartheid, so most of them came after. So I guess they got something similar to affirmative action called BEE, I think. But they found out that a lot of people that was benefiting from. Do y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. All right, so a lot of people that kind of benefited from these affirmative action, which is BEE, their version of BEE, were Black immigrants. A lot of people that was getting access to like the business in their communities has been like Asians, like similar to like Black America and like Martin Luther King Street in every major city. You see majority of Black Americans in those neighborhoods, but the ownership is majority like Asians, Lebanese, Chinese, Arabs. A lot of the business owners in those communities is non-Black. So they started to realize as of recently, and they created this party called Operation Abdullah, which is considered xenophobic. But these are people that just South African first. So they ended up getting into a lot of stuff.
That was my worst Frank Sinatra song ever.
A lot of Nigerians. It's like crazy. So the shit that they were saying, like how the people come over there and tell them that they're baby mamas. So because they kind of they marriage rate is single parent. So before 1994, apartheid ended. They had a marriage rate of like 85. After apartheid, they kind of opened the floodgates to immigration, and they led to it's not the equivalent to the crack era, but it was kind of similar. So where it led to like a lot of being broken.
Yeah, are you saying basically because of the influx of immigrants, they started mixing and it was like kind of tearing up their communities?
Yes, they started bringing drugs in, and they created Operation Abdullah, and it led to like a lot of these people killing African immigrants, right? So a lot of people brought drugs in, they ended up killing them. A lot of people doing thievery, fake passports, they kill them. It's just a lot of crazy shit. So without context, a lot of people just label this group xenophobic. So I went over there, I was talking up what I was telling them about what's going on in the United States and how, there's Black people in the United States have been people who've been voting Democrat for hella long, but they kind of feel like the Democratic Party, even though like I was telling like the Republicans really that's force, just like how the party that I spoke about earlier, not the ANC, the Democratic Alliance Party. So Democratic Alliance Party is like the party is like white.
I need to update my app. I just told him this is my workout plan. Create a plan, blah, blah, do your own thing, and come back when you finish. And it's crazy. This is like
but it's basically running ChatGPT. The idea with the no, but I'm saying, well, you can do that with ChatGPT. I'm saying the idea with the Comet browser is that it's basically it can be an agent on the web, so you can get it to automate. You can get it to automate.
It doesn't work like that.
It does it so good.
No, it does work like
so
that.
good.
Yes, it does. I've done it.
Dude, it controls your browser. You can do whatever.
Exactly. You can get it to, for example, what's this?
I don't know why they have this. It's not a reliable situation.
I'm saying it's the idea of it. I don't know.
I've been,
David, listen, instead of watching porn, you can make your AI watch porn for you.
Oh, child, that's what I'm
I can. No, but David's right. It's not really that reliable. Like one of the features, like you can have it go log in. You can tell it log into my Twitter. It's my
Twitter to some fans, they talk crazy about them. They lazy. They baby mothers. They whores. They like it's wild shit that he said. So yeah, that's the room we'll have to have in a few.
Lou, this is candidate John. I got a question for you. Part of my campaign, is to be a man of the people, to do some type of charitable action for the community in the district that I'm running. And I'm wondering if you can help me achieve that. If you know Willie Wilson in Chicago, who does the gas station cash giveaways, if Willie Wilson could somehow help fund some type of charitable event, if you know Willie or anybody who has notoriety can help fund some of the food banks, for people that aren't getting their SNAP benefits.
Well, we'll talk about that later. But yeah, so I've been trying to do this room for a minute, but I was gonna do my debut on TikTok. But the thing is, they I think they 9 hours ahead. So it's currently 12. I think they're 10 hours ahead. It's currently 12:48 a.m. out there right now. So, yeah, I just booked my flight to. I'm going to see. I don't know if I told y'all, but I'm about to go. Give me a sec. Yeah, so I'm going to. My shit tweaking. Hold on, give me a sec. I'm at this fucking sports book and I ain't got that Wi-Fi is tripping. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You sound clear.
Okay. So yeah, I just booked my flight to I'm going to Pretoria, Jordan. Go see the 7th wonder. Y'all seen that mountain where they got it's like a mountain on the PTR. I forgot the name of this shit.
It's called Petra.
What's that shit in Pretoria, Jordan, where the people get like a...
It's Petra.
Talking about the Petra in Jordan?
Yeah.
With the, how are you talking about? What is that one of the world?
Yeah, like the mountains. I just booked my flight.
Those are called the Nabateans.
Motherfucker. Damn. I forgot the name of that shit.
No, I know what you're talking about. I always wanted to go see the pyramids too.
Yeah, I already did 3. I already did 3 of the 7 wonders of the world. I went to the Taj Mahal. I seen that. Then I did the Giza. I did the Pyramid of Giza. And then I did what's the pyramids in Mexico? In Chichen Itza. I did that. Yeah, I did the pyramids in Chichen Itza. That's one of the 7 wonders of the world. So I got 4 more left.
You got to go to the 10th wonder of the world, the world famous Admiral Theater in Chicago, Illinois, on Lawrence Avenue.
The Amazon one, and is there one in Quebec?
No, That's the one in Brazil. It's
Somebody
crazy.
does it
Let's
because they want to raise money.
We gonna do this thing, David. Kick him.
Kick this thing in.
So Pepe, did you enjoy your roast in Lou Fax room? Oh, that was amazing. It got you, boxed you down, smacked you in the face, Dr. Pepe. No, you're not live. Not in your lifetime.
Let's kick him.
Kick him out of the room. Bye bye. Bing. Bong bong.
Perfect petals. The world of business, for example, is this way. Line item.
So they're saying there's like a separation between the old seventh and the new
seventh. Seventh one is a modern world, and seventh was an ancient world.
So the new ones is the Great Wall, Petra in Jordan, Christ the Redeemer in Brazil, Machu Picchu in Peru, Chichen Itza in Mexico.
Chichen Itza in
Mexico, Colosseum in Italy, Taj Mahal in India.
Yeah, I went with my sister to the Taj Mahal. I ain't gonna lie, that shit was dirty as shit out there. It was a beautiful view though, but that shit was. I went there. That was one of the first spots I went to ever.
I mean, you ain't touched on the street food?
Hell no. That was my first spot in the country, so I was like, what the fuck?
So one is Great Pyramid of Giza.
Yeah, that's when I went to.
Hanging Gardens of Babylon, Iraq. Statue of Zeus at Olympia in Greece, Temple of Artemis at Ephesus in Turkey, Mausoleum at Helicarnassus, Turkey, Colossus of Rhodes in Greece, and Lighthouse of Alexandria in Egypt.
You could actually take a day trip from Cairo, Egypt, going towards Alexandria to see the lighthouse. So you could.
The new Trump ballroom is going to be the Palace of Versailles of America.
Y'all worried about Planeteer? Because it looks like it's about to be the next fucking huge company.
I want to visit Antarctica, bro. I've been watching some crazy shit on. I've been going down a rabbit hole lately. I don't know why. Like travel, because that was my plan before the pandemic happened. I was going to go visit like 20 countries. And I was on country 4 in Giza in Egypt, and then the pandemic happened while I was literally in Egypt, bro. Right?
Well, I know some great beachfront property in Gaza that you could buy up for pennies on the dollar.
I'm dead. They put you everywhere but America. Speaking of pyramids, I heard they got pyramids in the Grand Canyon, and I heard in Cairo.
Well, the biggest pyramid scam going is.
And what's the rapper chick name from back in the day? Blue Gangsta is Nefertiti.
Yo, y'all trolling.
You don't knock it off. That's what I was told.
Well, a lot of people in here are Christians, but Jesus Christ is just the updated Osiris.
So, you right about that one. I'm waiting on them to respond right now, man. Because, it's late over there in South Florida, bro. We got to do our TikTok debut over there. Concrete, you got TikTok?
No.
I got TikTok. Let me join your live stream.
No, I don't post shit.
And Blue, is the format on TikTok very similar? It's like this. It's better. It's kill, bro. I be doing wrong. I be over there, bro. So I got a burner account first. I do the thing I do on Clubhouse. I gotta go check it out. Put the burner. I get the burner. Bro, I gained 700, 800 followers in like a month just talking. over there quick. Yeah, it's like a panel. It's like this, but it's way more people. It's like you get 80 people.
Are you consistent?
No, I haven't did a room yet. I was on other people's rooms. But I kind of made a name for myself over there.
Not on TikTok.
No, I'm saying I'm not. No, I haven't.
Okay, I'm gonna end this Loop Facts production. Go to johnforcongress.com.
Oh, right.
So people be trying to like do rooms with me and shit. Let's see, American Indian Records. Melissa, what's up? You are you Blackfoot Indian?
Hell no.
Damn.
I mean, I like that. No.
Melissa, you look good. You want a job vacation?
Nigga, she got a man. She married. You don't see her profile?
I just want to give her a job vacation. What you need?
I don't need a job. I'm good.
I'm just making sure.
Why would you ask for a job?
Indeed.
Anyways, what y'all on, man? What y'all got cracking today?
Man, the Giants just got me mad, man. I'm not watching football for them, man.
Football is rigged. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know shit.
Nah, it is. Nah, it is rigged. I ain't gonna lie.
I don't know how they lost the game. They was up by.
It was up 20-10. I'm thinking they about to win comfortably. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, with like 6 minutes on the clock, maybe. What the hell?
It's fine. At least I still got the Knicks. They might lose too.
I got a big bet right now. My bet is on, and y'all can watch me sweat. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm betting Memphis Grizzlies +10 versus OKC, man. +10. Hey, now where they playing? Are they playing in Memphis?
This is the Loop Facts Show with Canada John. Go to johnforcongress.com.
Hey, I like that.
They might win that game outright.
I got Grizzlies +10, man. They might win the game. That's big money right there. Hold on, because I'll put the bet in. Give me a second.
All this football and baseball and soccer, it's games for children. This is Peanuts and Circus, but Roman updated version. You know, the Black Lives Matter movement should have been at the doorsteps of every Federal Reserve facility throughout the entire country. During COVID-19, hundreds of thousands and millions of illegal aliens swarmed the border. Where was the COVID-19 vaccine worry then? Or the COVID-19 virus then? And the hundreds of thousands and millions of protesters during the BLM riots in June of 2020. Where was the concern for the spread of COVID-19 then? It's been all political charades, political theater, manipulated and controlled. And, I don't know, God bless America, God bless Donald Trump.
Wait, what?
Well, when last time you been to Israel? You're not technically, you know where your mother is, right? And
Correct. I'm not Jewish. My mother's gorgeous. I'm Christian. I was baptized.
Are you from the Lord?
Amen. Christ is King, brother. I got baptized by a black man at the YMCA.
How you feel about Elon Musk?
I think when he eats a big, delicious, juicy steak on X Spaces, it sounds disgusting.
You're a politician, bro. You still.
No, Elon Musk gave us freedom of speech. Without Elon Musk, the COVID-19 vaccine genocide cover-up would have been complete. They would have censored American free speech completely.
He stopped.
Wait, what? Come again?
Well, when he bought Twitter, because Twitter was banishing Donald Trump and anybody that had oh, Hunter Biden has a laptop. Oh, account deleted.
Yeah, censorship is a problem. X.
Two sides of the same coin.
Listen, the only platform for freedom of speech is X. That's it. Everything else is total censorship. It's called medical misinformation. Your account gets terminated. You can't question the COVID-19 vaccines. If you are paralyzed in a wheelchair and you say that I was vaccinated and now I'm paralyzed, that's medical misinformation. You can't say that on YouTube.
previous point before you move the goalpost, John?
What up, bro?
No, Melissa, what was the point you were talking about before John interrupted you?
Who, me?
No, I was talking to Melissa.
Oh, Melissa.
Because she's being very valid.
I really don't know. I can't even remember.
Yeah, well that's what happens when you get like John Kitover in the room. I mean, hey, to the people that are moderators, Mr. Edward that's in the House members, that is like one of my most favorite people that I've known for 4 years on this app. He's a great father. He's a great Christian. He owns a very successful business in 18 states, and I love hearing from him. And I'll go on mute.
Hey, what you know about John? Y'all got like some backstory, some context. What the hell's going on?
The only reason I'm on this app since December of 21 is because he invited me on this app. My mom died in September of 21. I knew him from like Instagram, and I used to we'd like have videos, but he would read these like books and shit, and I was just trying to calm down because my mom had just died, and I would sit and meditate because I didn't want to hurt people. And one day I was on Instagram, and he's like, I can't talk, I'm on Clubhouse. I'm like, what the fuck is Clubhouse? And then he invited me, and like since December of 21, the 4 years, well, next month.
Getting drunk and saying the N-word.
Like, I know John personally. Chicago, Illinois. I'm not trying to dox him. I'm not going to tell you his phone number or anything, but I know it. So, but I met like
anybody can go to johnforcongress.com and text me. It's not a private number.
Like, this app has been excruciating and blissful, good and bad and happy and sad. Like, it depends on what room and what time and what conversation. So I always take it with a grain of salt, and I'll land there.
So okay. You didn't realize the world was a colorful place, huh?
Dude, I'm Heinz 57. Like, I am nothing but ketchup because it took like 57 ingredients to make this ketchup.
I got kicked to the goo. They finally kicked me. That was the longest I think I've ever been on. Here we go. L'chaim.
What was your question, Southern man?
It was more of an observation about like how I ended up here. But I was gonna ask Miss Melissa about what she was talking about, but she said she didn't remember. And then DJ was asking me about why did I end up here, and and then you stopped me about John Kitover, who just went down. And I've known these people. I've been on here for 4 years, and this is my 4th account in 5 years. Well, 4 years. So like one account per year I get clipped. But it is what it is, man.
Wait, what were you gonna ask?
You were talking with DJ about something, but then John moved the goalpost, and I asked you what you were talking about before John started talking, and you were like, "Oh, I forgot." That's part of like John's shtick. Is like when people start making points and shit, it'll exacerbate the statements to the point where you forget what the fuck you were just talking about.
No, I had a shot of tequila and I just can't remember.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, agave, let's go. I'm 50 years old. Shit.
Was it COVID?
Dude, yeah. COVID popped in March of 2020. My mom died in September of 26. And then December of 21. And then December of 21 was when John brought me into Clubhouse. And then like this app is so full of so many personalities. Like you end up either having to adapt and overcome, or you're gonna become like a victim.
Yes, welcome to Earth, Earthling.
A third rock from the sun.
I think Clubhouse is a social experiment. I'm not gonna lie.
It really is. It really, really is.
And they're definitely listening to us.
Oh, dude, I'm class of 1992. The internet came out, what, 36 years ago in like January of 91?
Okay, you're gonna end it here. Scan John, go to johnforcongress.com.
Holy, or 24 years ago, 34 years ago. In January of 21 is when, but I'm class of 92, and we grew up without the freaking internet. I mean, we were playing Oregon Trail and some Apple IIe's.
Oregon Trail! That was my shit, not gonna lie. What was Oregon Trail? Slow ass game. That was great.
You forded the river. All your family drowned, and the people that survived died of dysentery. Like, holy shit.
Oregon Trail! It was such a good game. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, I can't believe you remember that. That's like one of the first learning games that they put in schools.
Girl, have you ever played Zork? Z-O-R-K. Yeah, it was a text word game on Apple IIe with like the green screen, like, but it was word prompt, and it'd be like you were standing in the middle of the woods. There's a path going to your left and to your right, and there's a tree in front of you. You would type in the C prompt, climb tree. You climb to the top of the tree. You see in the distance to the left there's a castle, and to the right there's a swamp. And like you're like climb down tree, and like you would go to either the castle or the swamp, but you had to go get things from each adventure. It's all command. It was all like text. There was no graphics to any of it. It was like reading like a novel that you made your own answer to.
Oh my god. No, I don't remember that game. I do remember Oregon Trail, but not Zork.
Yeah, well that would have been like 1984 when I was like 9.
I wasn't born.
Oh, my bad.
Wait, and who part of the South you from, Southern Man, and who you voted for?
I didn't vote. I'm a Democrat. I have 93.
Why you didn't vote?
No, I didn't vote. Like, I would have voted for Fetterman.
No, I didn't vote either. It's the Democrat part. That's why I'm voting. I didn't vote either.
Well, I mean, but a Democrat from 93 is not a Democrat from 25.
I mean, what year?
That's 32 years. That's 32 years worth of Democrat changes going to the left. A Democrat from 93 would be considered a Republican today. Go back and look at C-SPAN. I'm not capping.
No. Why? Because Bill Clinton was elected. Bill Clinton won in 1992. That was the face of bullshit. The first black president got top in the White House. Like Bill Clinton represented I'm so sorry because you say 1990 crap. He represented the core of the bullshit.
Okay, everybody, that concludes the John Kitover Candidate Congressman podcast. It's Sunday, November 9th, 2025, 5:10 p.m. CST. Health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. Hope you enjoyed it. Go to johnforcongress.com. That's the Lou Fact Show, everybody. Whoops.